This is Peaks Dallas coming to you live. My name is Stephen Michael. I will be your guest commentator this evening. We're going to have a pretty fun lineup tonight, it looks like. Just getting things situated now. And I believe our beloved commentator Dan will be playing tonight instead of being in the booth. And I look forward to making a mockery of him. All right. Looks like we're getting started here now. Oh my God. All right, we're getting situated here. Sham God's gonna open it up with the 9-10 suited, and Hefe's gonna make the call. Sham God flops the best of it here with middle pair, and he's gonna c-bet and take it down. Sham wakes up with jacks. He's going to open it up. Sports elects to fold his big blind with the 7 deuce. Shame. He has brought shame on his whole family. I'm not entirely sure who this who this Kevin is. I believe he's in the 5 seat. I think he's a new player. I don't think I've seen him before. Well, Sports is going to 3-bet the suited ace.
Yeah, exactly.
And the graphics are still catching up with us. I think Hefe put in the call. And now he's going to lead when check 2. He's going to take that down with the king high.
name is Dan.
What else would it be?
We have Dan coming in for, is that 900
So
or something?
this, I'm going to tell you guys right now. Oh no, we need one more. 7 is the perfect number for live stream. It's the perfect number of players.
Okay.
You get the best action, you get the most hands. It's, I promise.
Yeah, Dan. Who's going to be this guy?
Kevin, friend of mine, his buddy.
Oh, good.
He's not
We got Dan the man in the 7th seat now,
just not from Vail.
with just a random pool of chips that he is elected to
Oh, we're not going to see any bro fights in the chat.
not stack, which is his prerogative. I mean, I'm not going to flame him for it.
You can come play too if you want. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right there.
Race 15?
Okay.
I think 45.
Fuck already. Just got some pent up poker frustration.
Yes.
Thank you, Dennis.
I hate money and we got to get rid of it.
All right, sports with the ace king on the button. He's going to open it up, take it down.
Book of Tales, players that leave their chips like that are loose and splashing.
This looks like it's going to be a fun stream tonight, guys. Everybody's just having fun, splashing around. Nothing too serious.
That was like the most awesome thing ever.
Have fun, Steve. And as you go down, looking at everything.
7 viewers in the chat. 10 viewers in the chat. Danielle, if you're watching, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I miss you.
I tell you, these Browns are actually a little scary. Flacco's playing well.
Can't wait to see that Baltimore versus Miami game.
15. Yeah,
All right. Sports is going to open it up in late position. Kipster's going to put in the call. And Dan's going to call as well. We're going 3 ways here. And Kip's just going to flop the best of it here with an ace.
30.
He's going to lead here in position, it looks like.
Yes, that's right.
He's going to take it down. Victory Magician asking where Eric Hernandez and the boy are. They typically play 5-10 streams. And this is just a 1-2 stream. This is more of a friendly game, not so cutthroat. Lower stakes, people are buying in for less. Just having fun, drinking. We do have a full bar here, Peaks Dallas, as well as complimentary drinks and snacks. We're having dinner catered nightly as well. And we do have a few open seats as well, so if you are watching and you have the time and you want to come play, text the number on Poker Atlas. Come get a seat, come play with us.
I'm actually gonna fold a hand and use the restroom real quick. That's fine.
I think 15.
Is there a link for this?
What is Dan doing here on the button?
At Peaks
Oh,
Dallas.
YouTube. Okay, I'll just tell everyone I'm on the stream.
He's going to raise it up to 15. And Mav in the big blind is going to put in the call. Going heads up.
It's still on countdown, so.
Not much going on for either of these players. I'm sorry. Dan makes me laugh, man. He is a comedian. Dan picks up the flush draw with the 4 diamonds. He's going to make a delayed C-bet on the turn here, it looks like. For $20. He's going to get the fold. Oh, he picks up a pair as well. My apologies. The pair and the flush draw. Good turn for Dan.
Big flush draw.
He's going to take it down.
Whatever, yeah. Better whiskey? Sure. No, whiskey.
Severe, can I have another one of these? What is that? What is that? Oh, this is coffee with oat. I know.
There's no alcohol in there? No. Are you doing whiskey on the rocks? Yeah, I don't want makers. What else we got?
Woodford and there's Dolores.
Yeah, Woodford's good.
Woodford.
Yeah.
Is there any like espresso drinks?
Yes.
Yeah, that.
I mean,
But how do you alcohol? What alcohol? You can Irish coffee.
Green tea shot. We're out of Jameson.
Sports.
You can make it with another whiskey.
Octo crab.
Yeah, take a look down at that hand you're gonna fold. There you go.
How far is this? Hey, can I do Irish coffee? Yes.
Get peach nuts up. Oh, yeah. We'll take oh, the Dan mills over here.
Sham on the button.
I'm about to tell you something.
I did not know gold.
He was gonna bump it up, and he decided against it. Good thing he did, because Mav wakes up with a premium in the small blind. He makes it $10. I guess he didn't want to scare away Hefe, being the last person. So he's gonna put in a small raise, get a call, and he's gonna flop the best of it with top. Just some backdoors working for Hefe. That's about it. He's gonna make the fold.
Man, how old are you?
I am 43.
Oh, you look young too.
Yeah, and my dad's like getting old quickly. Like it was like deterioration is like happening very quickly.
Well, I'm sorry to hear. What's your
Yeah. What's that?
champ got by?
Yeah.
Get tagged.
Dan is V-pipping. Wouldn't expect that.
Which says it was V.
I'm not a content creator. I'm just a commentator.
Champ.
Mine's just active talent.
Oh, nice.
You wouldn't know it by looking at it, but Dan has $999 in front of him. Just a little factoid for everyone watching.
Call 5. 20.
Looks like Kip's gonna make it $5 under the gun with the King 8. Dan is gonna 3-bet it
Call.
with Ace Jack,
Let's go.
and he's gonna get a call.
Okay, so I know how you feel.
Yeah. Gola told me to just punt. Did he? Yeah.
And they both flop a piece of it here. Kipster's gonna donk out for 20. Dan's gonna make the call. This is fairly strong bet from Dan on the turn. I think a lot of hands that Kip is essentially limp calling with under the gun are going to be some weak aces, some suited wheel aces, and Dan elected to extract value from him on the turn,
How big is the downswing right now?
and Kip bet the river and Dan called. Yeah, Kip rivered the 8 there for 2 pair. He got lucky. That was a bink.
Not a downswing and it's just your back.
Yeah, Fred, how would you know?
You really wouldn't, you just play more.
You can know.
Dan's on tilt. Dan is on monkey tilt right now because of that hand.
Yeah.
You can know. If you're
He didn't deserve that.
off and your opponent has the nuts and you don't, I mean.
What's that?
Are you trying to straddle?
I thought it was mandatory, 1, 2, 5, right?
It's 5 to come in. So if you want to straddle, it's 10.
Okay.
But it's if you want to complete,
That's
it's 5.
mandatory straddle.
Okay, are people straddling or all straddle? Other people want to straddle?
You can.
Okay, I'll straddle.
First one straddling, right?
Straddle.
Sure.
Straddle's 1%. Raise to 30.
Knowing the operator of the stream and how the computer works, I bet we can all straddle.
Okay.
So it's kind of this tricky thing where the computer.
All right, undeterred. Dan is going to raise up the King Jack
So like when you
in +1,
short, you play one comment.
and Hefe, as well as Sports, is going to make the call. Now this guy, Kevin, in the 5 seat, in the straddle, not familiar with his play. I don't think I've played with him before.
Not on 1, 2, 5. The $5 first.
He's going to squeeze from the straddle.
It's a raise or
Yeah. It looks like a raise.
yeah.
He's going to make it 145. It's going to be difficult for anybody to hold on here. Pretty mediocre holdings.
No
Yeah.
sense.
It looks like he's going to pick up the dead money. Good squeeze from Kevin, waking up with a big one in the straddle. Welcome to the table.
I'm just trying to make y'all think I'm a splashy.
I'm just telling you.
I mean, it's 66% right.
What the book says.
Oh, Devin says he knows Kevin. Yeah, he looks kind of familiar, but I don't think I've met him. Don't think I've played with him anywhere.
This is an old school book. It's called
Knit overnight.
Mike Carl.
He looks like a pro. He looks scary, but I'm not sure. I've only seen him play one hand.
Leaving your chips like that was representative of a bad player.
Charles on.
All right, moving on here.
Yeah, Charles on for 10.
Dan, however, is not a bad player.
Dan is
Excuse me.
He just wants you to think he's a bad player.
okay.
I just now called with ace jack.
As you should, right?
You were ahead.
It looks like we might be playing 1-2 DC. I know the graphics doesn't reflect that, but I see Sham with the DC button in front of him.
30.
But I have not been informed.
How was New Orleans?
Kevin's going to raise up the queen 9 in the big blind, and Dan's going to make the call in the straddle.
No, she wants to.
Oh, once he's over.
All right, ace queen 5. Kevin's going to take it down with middle pair.
Thanks for the action.
Dan was being pretty ambitious there pre-flop, and he paid the price.
She really likes the antiques. The antique stores, she says. There's like a lot of stuff.
Punted Christmas money.
Law school.
I haven't seen Dan play in a long time, so it's pretty exciting for me.
Both action on the last hand. Bet 25 on the flop and then fold.
Trials like the big competitive law school thing.
Yeah, this was like early stages of dating.
Yeah,
I don't really remember what happened last week with her. You could ask her. But no. She was on a debate team.
Wow, Dan might be the last person I expect to have the highest VPIP thus far. Maybe Sham. Maybe they would tie for that, but surprising for sure. Sham's going to open up the pocket 9s under the gun. He did not elect a straddle this time. Dan's going to make the call.
I'm giving everyone action. I usually have to talk.
Check. 50.
This is a pretty good board for Sham to c-bet on heads up. Dan's going to make the call with his back doors, and he's going to turn a pair. Sham is not going to like that run out. Dan now with the best hand.
there's a bunch of, we were looking at a bunch of fun.
Difficult to extract value from worse hands.
Oh yeah, they got a bunch of new stuff.
Outrageous game. I don't know, but like outrageous game.
Ah,
A red card comes on the river.
Dan knows he got lucky. He's going to take down this pot.
No checking, hold 'em. No checking,
Only phone call or radio.
It's actually a tournament.
And the highest VPIP still continues.
For your size or anything. I'm just gonna evaluate your dealer. Give you a grade.
Here's Dan trying to reason his play, explain why he played that way and got so lucky.
Simping based on service.
No amount of reasoning will
To motivate him to
explain anything, Dan. It's best to just move on.
Average
I'm gonna second that one.
Yeah. It's not gonna be about how much I win. You have nothing to do
No, Dan, don't apologize.
with the extreme quality.
Just play the game.
You have everything to
Just
do.
play the game.
Flip a card, $10 less.
Anything else?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm usually good for one flip.
All right, Hefe with the 8-7 and +1.
Incentive based tipping.
He's going to open it up. Sports is going to make the fold.
You're about to see the girl 15x there.
Kipster puts in the call.
Raise 65.
And looks like Dan's going to squeeze from the small blind here. Does not want to go multi-way out of position with King 9 suited. Kipster getting a good price. In position, he elects to fold. We're going heads up here.
Joe Flacco might could come back later
FA just flops trips.
30.
Gotta be 36, 37.
39.
Good board for Dan to range bet,
45.
and that's what he's gonna do.
Used to play against all those AFC North defenses.
It's not gonna work out this time though.
Steelers and call.
Although I don't think they can't, like, they have
FA is gonna put in the smooth call. Let him hang himself.
sports books. So.
Yeah. Dan's gonna give up.
Oh, snaps all season. Oh, I forgot. That's 75 full.
The quote-unquote betting service. I don't know. Flash will use them to do more wins. Maybe.
El Jefe, the provider, just miracle binks the trips. Don't know how he does it. He's got a sixth sense about it. I don't know, he's kind of scary. I used to beat him all the time, and then I found out he was just being easy on me. Like the Adele song.
So what are the games we can play?
And
Any PLO variant. Bomb pots. Sure.
I finally saw his true wrath
Yeah.
Dan loves the PLO bomb pot.
recently.
Draw on stuck games. Oh.
Not a pretty thing. He annihilates me now in PLO. Gotta stay away from him. He asked me to play the stream, and I was like,
A lot of these Texas games.
no, not if you're on it. You know, it's
Where you from?
basically impossible to win.
Seattle now. But I
Sports
am from Houston.
picks up the 9-10 suited and +1. He is gonna bump it up.
Raise to 30.
I know he's a nit, but he's not that nitty. He's gonna raise up the 9-10 suited. If you're not playing 9-10 suited, you shouldn't be playing poker.
Oh, really? What did, oh, nice.
No, Nick, Shane's buddy.
All right, let's see if Pepe gives him action here with the 7-5.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, he's gonna put in the call.
it was a main, it was
17 viewers. We appreciate you. Thank you for
What, like a 5 or 10?
spending your Thursday night with us. All right, this is a good board for sports range. Jefe, the only one with a heart here. And sports is still good with 10 high, as it happens. He is gonna range bet here. Jefe is gonna put in the call. Not convinced. Jefe picks up a gutter to a 6 here on the turn. And he just drills his flush.
Check.
I think maybe a bet from sports on the turn would have gotten a fold from Jefe.
60.
Sports is going to bluff at it here on the river now. And Jefe just has a bluff catcher at this point. Doesn't really beat anything that sports is betting for value. He's going to make the call. Good call from Jefe there on the river. I think if sports had triple barreled there, or even just bet larger on the turn, he probably could have taken that down, but
Can I go for 4?
scary board to triple barrel, I suppose.
With air like Fred.
It's Omaha.
Looks like Dan is adding on here.
Adding 300.
That's good news for the rest of the table.
And Dan is adding 300. Chips, please!
How's travel, right? Was it $10 travel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, okay. Mr. B? Oh, wait, is your game on? No, okay, no.
So much shot on
See
stream.
you on the board.
All right, moving right along here.
Don't blame Fred.
We did it, we not over the stream.
Yeah, no, there's no much shot on stream.
No, no.
But even before we had a stream, this game, no. Oh, what?
Oh, it looks like we're playing a hand of pot limit Omaha here.
James, like 300. We got everybody?
Is this final? No.
No.
1 and 6. Okay. Call.
Kipster's gonna put in the limp here. Kevin makes the fold. I would have played that hand,
16? 20. Oh, okay, yeah.
but he's probably a better PLO player than I am,
That you're asking.
as most people are.
Raise 15.
Shamgod's gonna raise it up on the button. with the double suited 8-6-5-5. That's a nice hand. Yeah, Kipster completes as well as two other people. We're going four ways here. Mav is gonna flop the best of the equity here with a pair and a flush draw, it looks like. No one with a queen. No one with top pair here. Shamgod with a flush draw as well, but he's in trouble versus Mav. I think Hefe's going to put in the fold here as well as Kipster. And we're going to go heads up to a turn. Turn is a king, so Mav is going to pick up a gutter to Broadway. As well as his pair and flush draw. Sham's in bad shape here with the pair of sixes and the flush draw. And he's going to bet the turn here again.
The kids go nuts for
Mav's going to make the call, it looks like. The club would be a brutal river. I'm rooting for it. Ah, no dice. Jack 3, two pair for Mav. I wonder if this is a card Sham is going to bluff. Yeah. He's going to ship it. This is a pretty tough spot for Mav with middle and bottom pair. He doesn't really beat any hands that Sham is betting for value here on the river.
We had a crazy fucking party at
This would be a pretty great call.
my cousin owns the Garden District bookstore and the Chicory House, which is like this concept that's
I mean, he blocks clubs. He blocks the hands that Sham would be bluffing with a large portion of the time. He's going to make the fold. Pretty hard call. Yeah, Sham's going to drag this pot. Nice hand, buddy.
and a bar in the coffee house thing.
Definite A+ on that one, Bob. Definite A+.
Really?
So the New Orleans
I mean, Savannah. Savannah, if you can hear me, buddy.
bunch of cousins on
I'm waiting for you.
every side, and then we have a bunch of
Broski,
our side.
my bud.
Like people around my age who started having a ton of kids. So
Savannah hit me with the buddy last night, so that's the running joke now.
like 12 to like
Although I'm starting to believe it's not a joke anymore.
and so the party Friday
Hefe's our big winner so far, up 225 bucks.
is like these places.
He plays like a wizard. He deserves it.
Oh, they let him do whatever. It was hilarious.
It looks like Kipster's gonna bump it up here to $10 with the suited connector, suited gapper rather, under the gun.
I watched my cousin's new son
35.
Kevin's gonna
figure out how
3-bet
to
it.
just, like smash a cracker behind a booth where it just could never be cleaned. It was really devious. Like exceptionally devious.
All right, folds around to El Jefe. He can't call. Sports with a suited ace.
Yeah, I went to my I have family in New
Out of position.
Orleans, so like we do that every other year.
This is often a 4-bet or fold when you're deeper, but I think when he's as shallow as he is, it's just typically just a fold, but he's a little sticky. Kipster's going to put in the call as well. So we're going to go 3 ways here. Kipster flops big here, combo draw,
Is he calling?
straight flush draw. And Kevin's going nowhere with top. Kipster's going to donk out. And Kevin's going to make the call. Sports with the easy fold. That's a card that nobody wants to see. I think it favors Kevin's range. Kipster's going to have some straights, though, with Queen 10. Kipster's going to semi-bluff again here on the turn. Kip will have some sets here too, like pocket fives. That might be it actually in terms of sets. Maybe pocket nines. Yeah, it looks like Kevin's having none of that. He bumps it up to 225. It looks like very draw heavy board. I like the raise from Kevin. Kipster now has a decision whether or not he is going to shove or call.
Did you know about this heads-up match between Seinfeld and the boy? What? What is it? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, 9 outs once brings him to 26% equity. Not doing too well against Kevin's hand.
Flop trips against an up flush, turned up flush, and then flop set just delivered straight.
Kipster's gonna put in the call here, it looks like.
Just like absolute punts.
Will there be blood on the river? An innocuous 7, perhaps?
Medium hands, the boy is punting, and then in the big hands he gets cooler. And I estimate that he was on Megatilt from the night before.
No dice. Kip's gonna give up.
Yeah, flush draw, straight flush draw, straight draw,
This draw, that draw.
this draw, that draw.
Kevin's gonna take it down here.
60 to 85.
Hey, Steven. That's a good hand. Mark that. Mark the time.
Yeah, I don't think Kip even had enough behind to bluff shove that river and for Kevin to be folding enough. But maybe. I haven't played with Kevin, I'm not sure how bluffable he is. He seems to know where he's at though, raising that turn. Where a lot of other 1-2 players will check when the overcard comes.
You know it's good coming into the mixer. You can plug headphones in and listen to it. It sounds amazing. It's super clear, yeah.
That's cool.
So there's a analog.
Dan picks up the aces.
Not analog, but like raw sound.
There's a fun fact about Dan with aces. He picks them up twice as much as any other player. We've done the math. We've done extensive research, and it happens to be true. Mav's going to run into it here. He's going to 3-bet the ace-5 suited. And Dan is likely to 4-bet out of position here. Looks like 115. 140.
They definitely both overfold three.
Yeah, yeah. Because you're almost not supposed to vote.
All right, I want blood.
Raising, like almost
Ace 5-7.
Yeah, like 80% of hands.
But a lot of it is like if you've never played that part of the range, it's hard to
yeah, yeah.
know what to do.
I don't even know that somebody.
That's exactly right. I see that a lot too when people PLOs become popular in a lot of the card games.
Oh, we got heads up PLO.
Yeah, well, in PLO,
All right, action's on Dan here with the aces.
value their hand, or I'm sorry, overvalue. Hold them. So they flop bottom 2 pair and they're like, oh.
Doug R, that is the infamous Dan Simone. And he's going to c-bet here.
Same goes with. I've seen a lot of it from switching.
Oh, Mav is going to peel with the back doors.
And people really undervalue their hands right now.
Yeah, I'm playing a lot of PLO lately.
Oh, that's an action turn. Dan can't feel too comfortable with his aces, especially on this turn card. It's getting pretty dicey for him. Mav picks up the gutter to Broadway as well as the nut flush draw. Or he's gonna check it back. Now brick on the river. I think Dan block betting here is probably... Oh, he elects to check. I think block betting is probably the best play, just to get value from hands like King 10 and Ace Queen, Queen 10, hands that can't call too much. Jack 10 as well would be open-ended on the flop and turn a pair. I think a block bet is in order there for Dan, but pretty wet board on the turn. I don't blame him for checking. But I think betting is in order. Really? Yeah, Doug R. I would have liked to bet from Dan on the river. Just a small bet. In theory, at least.
Yeah. Wait. No, I'll get it for this hand.
Okay.
We are moving on. Dan is going to pick up a suited ace under the gun.
Chip, please.
He's going to open it up. Savannah, your buddy is waiting for you. Hefe wakes up with the kings. He is going to 3-bet. I told her to stay on top of it and everything, Dennis. Can you believe that? And yet, what is she doing out there? I said stay on top of it. I said I'm getting drunk tonight, Savannah. And what is she doing? Nothing. Nothing at all. Dan's gonna make the call. And he whiffs this flop.
Which app do you use? Me too.
I think that board was pretty neutral in terms of range. They both have a lot of strong hands on that flop. But Hefe's gonna take it down this time.
I wasn't tracking, because I rarely ever track tournaments.
Yeah.
And then I don't know,
Is it just 1,000?
it's like one of those things where like if you stop tracking,
We
you
get master
like,
stack after
Yeah.
money.
you like,
All right, moving right along. Dan is still at the top of our VPIP list. And Sham, as expected, is at the very bottom.
because I'm trying to run a challenge.
Because he is a massive nit.
The collector.
Dan, you're big. Yeah, and you're blind.
Yeah, we'll be agile on the tracker after.
And look at that. He folds,
Just started tracking like
just as I suspected.
But you said you're from Seattle, right?
yeah.
What room do you play down there?
Mav is going to bump it up here
Casino Caribbean.
with the ace. And Hefe is going to put in the call.
I know, right? Thing has me on tilt.
What's the max spread?
They run a 5-10.
I think Dan is going to make the disciplined fold here.
You can't even play.
Is there a room called Fortune up there?
There is. I don't go to that one.
Ridge Runner, we are located at Peaks, Dallas, 1231 Wycliffe Avenue. We have a full bar. The beers are $2 and cocktails are $5. We have a 1-2 game going. We have ping pong, arcade games, shuffleboard, as well as complimentary nightly dinners. Right in the heart of the design district. Hefe picks up flush draw here on the turn.
There was like this area where there's no law. There's
Pretty dicey board for Mav to be repping.
I don't know. I wasn't there like mid-pandemic yet.
He's gonna check.
gotta look this place up. It's out there.
You're still in school, yeah. Yeah, 21. Yeah, yeah.
So maybe it's done. Maybe it fizzled out. Oh yeah.
That's when we play
Hefe's gonna stab here on the turn, sensing weakness.
This summer I got the
It's like
best hand of my life.
it's like a little rectangle. There's all like murders. Like you can do whatever you want.
It
And that's gonna get it done.
In the US, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you can look it up. It's like, just look up like zone where,
Ridge Runner, the hourly is, I believe, $13 an hour? $12 an hour.
it's like this.
$12.
Part with like there was
The first.
It's like in
The first
between
hour?
state lines and there's no like,
Okay.
it's on.
I'm being told the first hour is free for new members. But in my opinion, it's worth every dollar. It's a really great atmosphere. It's really fun players. Usually a pretty great game going on. The drinks are cheap. There's also complimentary snacks and soda. Pretty great bang for your buck, if you ask me.
you just keep dealing your bases.
Dan's gonna bump it up here in the small blind with the Jack 9. Shamgod's been pretty card dead here.
Opponent had a lot of equity. As he
And I think that's what Dan would call a nothing hand. Not much to say about it. Savannah,
5 card high, just what it sounds
if
like.
you can hear me,
Same rules, just
Okay, and 2 from your hand.
I don't know what I did to upset you, but we can make up somehow. That's right, Tyler. Wycliffe Avenue in Dallas. 1231 Wycliffe Avenue.
Scan each card individually, put on the side. Scan another card, put on the side. This is trouble
High only?
4.
Thank you, provider.
Oh, when he gets to me, I'm calling high low.
I mean, it would be cool if I could just deal it right.
It looks like we're playing Big O here. 5-card Omaha.
like that.
It's one of my favorite games to play at the DC tables. Hefe with a real hand. Looks like he's gonna raise it up. Little rundown with a pair.
Is it pot limit or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin puts in the call.
There's stuff that I would totally fold in 5 card high, but then it's on camera. I'm like, I would make fun of myself if I did. But normal Dan out there would fold. Because it already got raised and I just lived $15. And now you gotta pay 100. No, and
Well, Mav is gonna 3-bet it with the Ace, King, Queen, Jack.
He's not here for the double flat, just the single flat.
you're not gonna really go out of line?
Hefe puts in the call.
Not a double flag.
Hey, see if you're
I think Dan is a little too inebriated to scan his cards correctly.
what do you have behind?
The triple flat was
And that's okay. He's a local legend here.
It would be awesome if a double flat to all in.
Look at this.
Line in the weeds. Little snake.
Pot.
Wow. Kevin is gonna back raise here to around 400, it looks like. I think it's gonna be difficult to continue.
Players all run.
This is the way.
No, I'm wrong. What do I know? Mav sticks it in.
No, not
Yep.
I think it's gonna be difficult for Hefe.
What's
And
that?
one of his 9s was folded already as well.
I don't even know if I'm ahead because I'm new to this game, but I would assume.
I almost just said what I had. You
400 is
still have to call. There's only 3 aces left.
Oh, sorry, it was more.
Five hundred even.
I folded queens.
Yeah, he's gonna put in the call for the extra $112.
9, 9, 7, 8, 10.
And they're gonna run it one time.
Great PLO.
Yeah.
I might have actually not. That cannot be good.
Mav is just gonna flop top trips here.
Sorry, buddy.
Yep, Ace Jack's gonna do it.
Ace jack.
Ace king, queen jack. Damn.
And you will.
Yeah. Good job, Kyle. A plus. Yep.
Looks like a full double up for Mav.
Working
Good hand. Good play.
Big rapper there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened, Kyle?
Probably not. There's like 8 of them.
Thank you for the action, Kevin.
No worries.
I got lucky.
I don't even know what
Okay.
the math is there.
It's 5?
Yes.
Nobody knows the math on that.
Does the stream not even have the computer?
Oh, it'll
I
come.
don't have it.
But there's not too many people that can do the math in game.
It's like 60-40 or 60-40. I would move on.
All right, Hefe's still our big winner. Crushing it as usual.
Round of Stroud?
Yep.
Big game?
Yeah, you play big games? We do play big games. 7 deuce. No 7 deuce, just
7 deuce?
Let's do a round
Small blind game?
starting on Frederick.
What's the small one?
You just have to win in the small blind and show your hand. Everyone
Show.
pays you.
Charles on for 10.
Alright. I gotta steal Fred's money now that I lost that.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Let's do 35 raise.
And Fez.
Sorry.
All right, looks like it folds to Kevin. He's gonna raise it up with the ace-10 suited. Is Dan thinking about getting out of line here? Looks like it.
Yeah, I know, I know.
What are you thinking, Dan? 175? No. No, he thinks better of it. Look at that smile. Wasting everyone's time. Ah, he just can't get enough.
You gotta figure out what cards I would do. I know the word was right.
Who won my money? Oh my god. You?
Boo.
Good shot.
Always.
I wanted to call.
Oh, we told this cool game.
Kevin's gonna take it down.
Playing school game at 5:10 a couple weeks ago. Will you show one? Yeah. You gotta show one card if you win the pot. If it's, but it don't post my whole name. No. Oh, do I? Okay.
And then if you forget, I'm supposed to flip over.
What's in it? If you forget, you flip both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just to give out information for funsies?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Are y'all doing that?
So what is it again?
Okay.
You must win a flip a card. If you don't flip it, the dealer flips both.
If you want to
Just for the,
Well, actually, what we did. Is that for the net? That wasn't you. No. What we did, because
Spoilers.
there was some shit tippers, is we made them
Jeez.
tip $5.
Oh, yeah, that's how y'all started it. I was wondering why.
Any exchange, and you know who it was for.
Make it 15.
Yeah, we did.
Are we doing that? Okay. We're doing it where if you win a pot. Well, I know if you want to tell Steven.
Oh. Yeah, Steven.
If you want to tell Steven, we're doing it where whoever wins a pot has to show one. And then if they forget, we're showing.
Kevin's gonna bump it up with the pocket pair. Sham's gonna call.
Calls
And Hefe as well. We're going 3 ways here.
3 players.
Hey, Amber?
And Sham's gonna flop the best of it here with an ace.
Check.
Can I get coffee and oat milk? If there's any left. Because the real milk went bad.
I'll do the coffee martini.
Not espresso martini?
Yeah, the espresso martini, the cream in with it, you know, like whatever, how they do that.
Gotcha.
Can I have a Heineken and a water, please?
Heineken and water?
Yes.
I brought your water back there, I'll bring a Heineken.
Thank you. Do you have unlimited? Or can I get a unlimited rocks or 2 unlimited rocks?
So what was that?
2 unlimited rocks?
Yes.
Otherwise, just one.
Wow, okay. So Sham's gonna bet this flop and Kevin's gonna call. Kevin picks up a straight flush draw on the turn.
7 o'clock.
Drinking game.
And he's gonna lead out.
With this open.
Sham also with a straight draw.
Milk expired like she was taking a
Likely not gonna go anywhere.
milk in there. She smelled it.
Thank God for you.
River bricks out. Sham is still best with top pair.
All this fact that you don't smell all the milks in the city.
If it's expired, you probably lose 2 points.
Don't you like to smell the milks? Yeah, that's better.
225 for Dusty.
No, we got dinged because we don't have a sign in the bathroom that says employees must wash hands.
Kevin's gonna turn his pocket sixes into a bluff here, blocking the flushes and straights. I actually really like this bluff from Kevin.
For the city of
Yeah,
Dallas,
Sham's gonna make the fold.
serve anything that goes showdown.
Yeah, we're sure it's all be like proud of the bluff.
You have to get help. So if you serve just alcohol, you still
It's a fun card to show.
He shows the six of hearts.
with drinks than it is for food.
It's hard to be bluffing there.
The other thing was we had a fridge in the office and the employee food is not labeled and we got trouble for that. So like if you left your Chick-fil-A in there and didn't put a label on it,
Great play from Kevin.
because it's
Is
food
that something we
on the
need to do?
establishment.
I don't need to do it.
Yeah, I should probably tell him.
It's all legal.
Yeah. Hey, look, it is that simple.
Give him $5, tell him look away for a second.
So you won't see us in the newspaper for DRC or whatever.
We just have a bunch of tapes ready to go with names on it, so when the health inspector comes in, somebody goes to,
If you get like below a certain number, do they give you, like, take away?
There's different types
Raise
of
to 15.
corrective action before you get closed. It's gotta be pretty nasty.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want it.
Well, Dan Simone's gonna bump it up with the queen jack. Doesn't get any action. He's like, look guys, I'm raising with mediocre hands. Give me action. But they never will.
Alright guys, new dealer, go.
We got multiple tables, guy. I was hoping to give you a grade for the entire night.
Oh, that's fine. You still can.
he's got a team though that's gonna back him up.
Yeah.
It's part of his team.
You know, it should be a little competition. Ooh. He gets the better grade on the night. 10 extra bucks.
Man, Dan is still V-pipping the highest.
This is good.
Very impressive.
Incentivizing good dealer.
You're coming in with a score of 100, Joe.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like we're gonna have a dealer change here. And we're likely gonna have a bomb pot. And I am likely to go use the little boys' room while this bomb pot is going. Because it's just too much. It's too much to commentate on. You know?
I know we opened as favorites. Oh, that's great. I mean, I thought Texas State was decent.
No, doesn't look like a bomb pot.
Round starts now.
He forgot? Kevin forgot?
Yeah, so
Last day
how
one
many
straddle.
is around the straddles? The straddle every. So I heard that double deuce open down there, Fort
Center
Worth.
play.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, we got more square footers than actual poker players on here. I'm talking about all the rows combined. Like,
Alright, Mav is gonna open up the ace queen here in the hijack.
There's gonna be 4 rooms in Burroughs. They just
Folds
did
around to
that
Kevin.
video. Yeah.
Isn't that big?
No, it's just it's the northernmost city and the southernmost county closest to Tarrant.
He's gonna put in the call and Dan is gonna complete in the straddle. We're going 3 ways here.
I've never been to Burroughs. Apparently you go for the poker now.
Yeah, it looks like Mav is just gonna flop them both dead. Not gonna be much action going on here. What do I know? Dan takes a stab on the turn here. Flop went check, check, check. Wow, Mav is gonna raise it up. Likely putting Dan on a 9. And he's gonna get the snap fold from both of them. Probably made the max there, given his opponent's holdings. On flops like that, when you have ace king, ace queen, and it comes, you know, ace 6-6 or ace deuce deuce, ace 3-3, you're either way ahead or way behind. And checking is most profitable in my opinion. Or betting small.
I mean, I can straddle too.
Yes, yeah, if you want. Multiple percent. We've had, or I should say, the largest we've had on is the 160. The other bits are full. No, it's 20.
20.
$20.
Double straddle. Double straddle.
All right. I'm in desperate need of a little boy's room. I'm going to let the viewers commentate themselves with this one. Hope you guys have a great time.
All right. My name's Dan Simone. I'm actually playing. I'm sitting over at the other side of the table. Kipster with ace king. He's going to take this pot down. Our very sweet boy Steven is in the bathroom. And there's an Omaha hand going out there that's happening 15 minutes ago. Or 15 minutes from now. And so I get over here and jump in the booth. My face looks fucking awful. Look at my face. Ugh, I don't like this camera angle. Anyway, what is my VPIP right now? My name's Dan. I usually do the commentary if there's any new people watching. So I have the... What happened 15 minutes ago? Oh, is this a...
Do they do little bomb pots up there?
Oh, this is a bomb pot. That was 15 minutes ago? Yeah. Hell yeah. My VPIP's at 53%. I'm crushing the table.
So guys, after Joel puts the boards out,
Okay, so this bomb pot is actually really fun. 3 people get all in. 3 people get all in on this bomb pot after the flop. What up, Steve?
Jesus Christ. How did you know?
How's it going solo?
What do you mean how's it going solo? It's going.
It's going?
I'm talking mad shit about all of you, by the way.
Have you seen my VPIP?
Dude, at the very top. Thank you, Dan. All right. Guest commentator Dan subbing in for the guest commentator, myself, while I urinate. Appreciate you, Dan. He saw me run into the bathroom. I didn't want to leave you all alone here. He's a sweet boy. That is why he's my brother. All right, let's see what's going on here. Mav is open-ended up top and has trip queens on bottom. And he's behind Hefe, who has 3s full on the bottom. That's a bit of a cooler. Kipster with the trip queens as well. And the open-ended. Mav and Kipster essentially have the same hand here. But Kip has a pair of 9s up top, which I think... No, still not the best hand up top because Mav has pocket jacks. So this is a race between Mav and Hefe, it looks like. No one with clubs. Or diamonds.
And the pre-tip, oh god, no. I hate the pre-tip. Although there's no way
Doug asks, Dan, were you in Tommy Boy? We've told that joke before, Doug. Sorry to let you know, buddy.
Casino King posted about. Oh, no, that was Pogo. Oh, yeah. About that was gross. Yeah. What the fuck is
Yeah, Hefe's gonna put in the call here. You know, he probably thinks that he is ahead with threes full, but he knows he has to dodge a lot of outs, especially because both of his opponents have a queen, and he doesn't have anything up top. So, pretty tough call for Hefe, but he puts in the money. And we have a three-way all-in brewing here.
No, I agree, but I said quartered at best.
At best?
even with this?
He can scoop at best.
That's a really good hair.
You don't think so?
I don't know. There's some like pocket threes in there.
Because you got
Eric Cole.
any of your other parts give you a vote.
8 7s in there.
All right, our legendary dealer Joel
I folded the nut flush.
is gonna get the money right here.
The rest is gonna be on the side pot. We'll handle that.
I cannot believe he's in I wouldn't believe he's in bed.
There we go.
No, I mean, you're for sure up against ace queen, but if you get one of your straight cards,
Okay, neither player with a 7 in their hand.
if you go I'm sorry.
Unless it's a jack, 9, or king comes in, then I follow.
8 god of clubs does card.
You really need to hit either your king
Okay.
or that,
I think king or jack is good on the.
yeah. Like perfect for you would be king on the bottom, and then, like an 8.
8 on the
Yeah, 8 on the top.
There we go.
Not a club, bro. 8! Oh, you got fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got fucked big time.
Okay, so it looks like
Side pot,
Yeah,
and the set of threes at the bottom.
It's got full
Full
house.
house.
threes full
And on top,
is gonna hold for Hefe on the bottom, and
Bobby Jack's on top.
and side pot. They can take this one. And now for the queen.
Kipster with the king queen is gonna take the other half. Oh, I'm sorry. Hefe with the threes full is gonna take that half, and then the jacks up top are gonna take the other half. So Kipster gets scooped here. My apologies. Yeah, tough hand for Kipster. Everything breaks out for him.
Can we get 2 workers?
Go get some chips, Brandon. Need chips? Yeah. We got it. 500 behind.
My darling. Well, you know, it's like I'd love to keep drinking, but also I'm doing this solo, so I really don't want to keep leaving to urinate.
Well, I'll come and check on you.
You should just like guest commentate while I'm urinating.
While you're urinating? Oh, no.
Nah, don't. One of those is fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's no match the set.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Not until the end.
All right, moving on here.
If everybody wants to, you can of course cook.
But this is for your stop loss sanity.
How's graphics doing? Dennis, you okay, buddy? Okay.
Friendly game, we're trying to limit the power of these wizards.
You know, I just saw Tyler walk in. All right, Sports is going to open it up with the Jack 8 suited. I hear some commotion from behind the wall. It sounds like we have a player coming in. Possibly. Kevin's going to 3-bet Sports with the Ace King. And Sports is going to make the fold. We haven't seen too many coolers as of yet. I am waiting for those. As a commentator, that's probably the most fun thing to comment on.
This in your first time here. I played with
I just want to see some coolers.
last 2 years.
Is that so bad?
Zero chance.
What? Oh, did I really? The PLO? No, I just commented on it. I just, yeah, I saw that.
Last like Christmas to New Year's week, we had a stream back.
But that was PLO, right? Yeah. No, I want, hold him. Thank you, darling.
We went to Poker House as well. Right here and at Poker House. And at Windstar.
And at Winston.
All right, looks like there's a $10 straddle, and Kipster's gonna limp in with the Jack 10.
And you will
Sham on the button.
gamble weekend.
2 Broadway cards. Good enough to bump it up to 60.
No, rupees.
You haven't really an extra 10 for the looseness of the string gig?
Yeah, Sham's gonna take this one down.
They were not both the same, perfect.
Right, they were not both Jack of Diamonds, hopefully.
No, they were not even both jets.
Oh my god, you're way behind. Here you go.
But it's good for my image.
I'm gonna...
Dude, I love when your friends are in town. This is great.
Same drink or...
Yeah, same drink, more Woodford.
Dan is not even the new Woodford. You can still drink. I gave my parents sobriety for Christmas.
Dry January?
Christmas is over with.
Yeah, good thing you're not Jewish.
Under the straddle.
Are you doing dry January or is it Christmas Day only kind of?
Dan with the 7-6. He's gonna raise it up, and he's gonna run into it here. Sham's probably gonna make it around 100. Oh, 80 bucks. That's kind of small. Dan shows it. Yeah, take it down, Sham. Take it down.
I said I would look like a little bit if I pulled out. Can't do it. Really has to be. Straddle.
Double straddle to 20.
One, 2, 10, 20. I love it.
Man, Freddie, no more money, wizards.
All right, 20 to play.
This guy? Yeah. You're funny.
Wait till you see my tracker. I'm certainly not a wizard.
All right, moving along here.
Oh, and it's a weird ass spread.
Sports hasn't picked up too many hands.
Straddle on straddle.
There's still time though. We got about a little over 2 hours left of the stream. I want to see sports double up a few times. Make some money tonight. Dan makes it $80, looks like, with the pocket sevens. And nobody's going to continue for that price. He's going to take it down. Wow, Dan's VPIP is at the top as well as his preflop raising. Who would have thunk?
Usually do 15 or 20. Yeah.
Is he drinking like a pumpkin spice something over there? I don't know what the hell that is, but it looks good.
Yeah.
Remind me how it works.
I already looked at one, but it's still around straddle, right?
Just play your game.
Can't help but laugh when I see Dan smile. It's such an evil little grin. It's either evil or it's pure innocence, and I can't tell which. Sham's gonna raise it up with the ace king. And not much for anybody to continue with. Sham's gonna take it down. Sham's not running too great. He's been pretty card dead, and then when he does pick up hands, nobody has anything to give him action with. That is never fun. He told me before the stream that he wasn't running too great as of late, and I see it now. But he's not losing, so could always be worse.
I was reading some YouTube comments about some big game that was going to
I really am curious what Dan is drinking there, because He's not a coffee drinker,
And somebody else commented, and a lot of people
so I don't know what that is.
play your game,
But
game you can't afford.
rest assured,
And I was like, that's bullshit.
it has alcohol in it.
Style. In English, please?
Hence the VPIP.
Like if you made it up because you're scared money,
Right.
you shouldn't play it.
Right.
I mean, there's merit in that, but that's not. I agree.
Omaha, yeah.
26 beautiful viewers in the chat. I appreciate you being here and watching. I hope that I'm not boring you. I have been drinking,
Is like I'm adjusting. That's my.
so if I say anything uncouth, someone will have to tell me.
It's like in the normal 1-2 pool. I'm supposed to sit back.
Okay, looks like we're playing another PLO hand here. Everybody's limping in with their fairly playable hands. Kevin's gonna bump it up with the kings though. Try to isolate. Sham God with a playable hand. Would not be surprised if he put in the call, but it's kind of on the cusp for him. 7's not a great card to have in his hand. If he had Queen Jack 10-9, I think he would have put in the call by now. But the 7 isn't great. Yeah, he's gonna make the fold.
So if it's PLO, you still show 1. Or does it scale to 2? Because that's a good question.
I'm feeling lucky. We hadn't come across it.
I think that we're gonna get a new player here pretty soon. I could be wrong though. Looks like we're going 3 ways here. Kevin's just gonna flop the nuts. Top set. Nobody with flush draw. Hefe with a gutter to a 5. And that's about all that's going on here in this hand. Sports has a backdoor nut flush draw. Oh, Sports also has a gutter to a 9. And that would be the nut straight.
Technically, you show 3, 2 that don't really matter.
8-4. Also a gutter to a 5. So a double gutter. two separate gutters.
I would suggest getting it in now before you get outplayed.
I wonder if he realizes that he has a double gutter. Because I just figured it out.
Anything to get you to the river to see you do this. Whatever this is.
Oh, that will definitely happen if we get to a river. Yeah, I've been pulling a Snoopy recently. I like it.
He's going to make the fold. It's always nice flopping top set in PLO. That is always nice. Easy game. Easy game for Kevin. He's playing really well. He looks like a pro. As I said, kind of scary. I gotta stay away from those people. I'm a 1-2 player. Sometimes 25-50 cent, depending on the roll.
Oh, keep in mind, I don't know how to play
We are moving right along here at Peaks Dallas Live. My name is Stephen Michael. I am subbing for Mr. Dan Simone. He is back from Louisiana. He had a good Christmas, I think is what he told me. But he wanted to play tonight, and there he is in the 7th seat. So I am more than happy to be here in his place. I can never replace him, but I can do my best. We're going 3 ways here. Everyone with a 10 in their hand. And Kevin flops the best of it here with a flush draw.
Could be a better night.
There's no way you run this back for this one.
It's a brand new Check.
Kevin now turns additional equity with a gutter ball. Looks like Sports is going to bluff here, try to take it down. He bets around 2/3 pot. Now Kevin has a decision whether he wants to call or raise in position here. Looks like he's going to raise.
Is that his buddy on the other side?
Yeah, Kevin.
He literally looks just like Goldie, but they're not related supposedly.
No, they're not.
But he looks so much like him.
Got a call. She called.
Okay.
No. No, he elects to call. Misread. Bink. Gets there with a flush. Is Sports gonna give up? Or is he gonna fire another bullet?
Old milk in the martini.
125.
Yeah.
There it is.
Get under the covers, Frederick.
I will make it painless for you.
Now, Sports is gonna bluff this river, and he's gonna get raised by Kevin.
I think it means.
Oh, he had air.
Hard game. Hard game, as Frederick would say.
C3 codes,
Y'all are wondering what the odds are that Kevin is a UTD student? I couldn't tell you.
Tyler doing here? He's not on the graph.
I'll ask him later after the stream. I'll get back to you. Dan is still killing it in the VPIP department. Very impressed. But folks, keep in mind, a high VPIP does not equate to a high win rate. All right? And it rhymed, and that's because it's true. Kipster, he's gonna open up the King 10 suited. Gonna get a call from Dan. El Jefe with a playable hand. Let's see if he gets back to the table in time. Fred wants to put in the call on Hefe's behalf, and he does so. Jefe calling blind. Doesn't know what he's gotten himself into here. I think he's likely calling, giving the sorts of hands that Kipster tends to open. Kipster's a tighter player, so I think Jefe calling here is pretty standard. And he's going to be rewarded for it. In the dark, Jefe still hasn't looked. Kipster flops a nut flush draw and a pair. Huge flop for Kip. Dan misses completely. No, bottom pair isn't going to do it for him. Jefe makes the call. And he picks up a gutter on the turn now. And Kipster picks up a gutter as well. They both pick up a gutter to a jack. Jefe in the lead for now with top pair. Kipster's gonna double barrel. And I think Jefe's seen his hand at this point. Pretty brick river here. Jack 10 already got there on the turn. Just improves a few two-pair hands. Wow, Kip's gonna ship it with the middle pair. Kind of turning his hand into a bluff here. Trying to get some weak aces to fold. He blocks the flush draws that he'd want Jefe to have. He also blocks Jack 10. Very interesting shove from Kipster. He doesn't really have enough money behind to be checking, I suppose. But he also doesn't really have enough money behind to be turning his hand to a bluff, so it's kind of a strange spot. Wow, he gets Jefe to fold. I guess that was just the right amount for him. Very interesting hand. Kip has a lot of sets and 2 pairs. I'm guessing that that's what Hefe's putting him on. It's strange though, because Hefe wasn't at the table, and I think he called blind on the flop, if I'm not mistaken. So if he had really been playing that hand from the start, he might have raised pre, he might have raised on the flop. He's kind of under-repped. It's kind of a strange spot. But anyway, we're moving on. Sports is going to bump it up with the ace queen. Dan's going to throw in the call. Sham God with my favorite hand on the button. Dan always says that the 8-9 suited doesn't flop well against the ace king because of the straight over straight kind of hands. You know, the way that he says it. But I say screw that. Play the 8-9 suited. This might get a little expensive for Dan. They both Sports and Dan are gonna flop top pair here. Sports just has him out kicked by a little bit, and Hefe flops bottom 2 pair with the 5-3. He's gonna put in a big check raise. No, it checks through. All right, Hefe's got a lead now. I'm shocked that this checked through with Sports and Dan having the strong hands that they do. Sham God picks up a gutter here to a 6, but I don't think he's going to be seeing the river. Is Sports thinking about putting in a check raise? No, he flats. Just stringing Dan along. Milking Dan. It's not very nice. Dan makes a phenomenal fold given the flop action. He's going to fold his ace-jack. 5-3 still good. Hands like 6-8 and spades. Those hands break out on the river. Sports should have the best hand here. A large percentage of the time he just happens to be running into it right here against El Jefe. Yeah, he can't fold for that price. Dan is very happy that he folded ace jack. He wasn't sure. You could see the look on his face when he folded the turn. He was like, I feel like that's a nitty fold. But now he's very happy with himself. He's very proud. Dan, I'm proud of you. Very good fold. You massive nit. You just happened to be right one time, and look at you clapping uncontrollably. Jesus. Good job, Dan. Good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Kevin is now our big winner. He's overtaken El Jefe and Mav. Kevin seems like a pro, man. I'm just going to tell you right now. He's crushing it. Knows what he's doing. I'm scared. I don't want to play 1-2 with him. He probably doesn't even have time for a peasant like myself, which is a good thing. Gola. I need Gola in here. Gola, come co-commentate with me. Kevin's gonna open up the pocket 8s and +1. Mav's gonna call on the button, and Hefe with the same hand, but of a different suit. What is he doing? He's gonna make it 65. He's gonna squeeze from the small blind. Wow, Kevin makes the tight fold. Wow, so the best hand folds here. Going heads up with the same hand. Hefe is clairvoyant, flopping the flush here.
Yeah, what is this king? In 5-10? It was here. 40 from C2.
He's gonna C bet here. Mav thinking about making a move here.
I was playing with Varun. I made like this massive value bet
Nah, he's gonna think better of it.
about 700 into 450 with like
Good hand for Hefe.
faces up, and he like went into the tank 5 or 6 minutes, and then called me with a like set on a dry board, and I was just so lost. And then immediately racked up. Did not play another shot. That was probably it.
So it's not a value bet.
You're sitting over there 7.
Are we talking about that video that came out?
Yeah,
I commented on that. That was fucked up. I didn't like
I'm
it.
not cool with that.
No, I think you would be.
about it? No.
There was some other random that.
Yeah, so how is he just allowed to use your clips from your shit without permission?
It's a public stream. Notified about it this morning.
But was there talk about it or something that day or something? How long ago was this? He made it up. Even like the clips of my voice were taken out of context.
And going strong in the VPIP department for Dan. He's still number 1 at 51%. He's gonna bump it up from +1 with the King Jack.
Stream started, so he was fighting back. And once he got even, he left. Like, how long did he actually play the stream? Like 3 hours. Oh, 'cause they
Mav is gonna get aggressive with the pocket sixes. He 3 bets.
like, no, it was like rage bait type videos.
75.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that. I do for fucking content. And then to probably like put somebody out there like that, that's fucked up. I commented on it and he didn't say anything back. I was like, you know, thanks for using my voice and whatever, but like we want that guy to come back.
Back to C6.
Yeah, Dan's not going anywhere. He puts in the call.
And I mean, it's not like we're playing like a fucking 5100 screen or like 2550 screen. It's like, you gotta get people that
Dan's gonna flop open-ended here with backdoor diamonds and an overcard.
There's normally starting 9, and then there's 3, 4, 5 guys that want to come play. So, and
When it comes to whose range this board favors more, not entirely sure, because Dan is a relatively tight player opening from +1. I mean, he can have a lot of strong pairs here. You know, he can have King Queen, Queen 10, pocket 10s, Ace Queen, and I feel like Mav can also have some of those hands as well as some overpairs. So, kind of a neutral board, in my opinion, in terms of range.
committing yourself to play on the show. And if you leave early, it's distasteful.
I think with the exception of like
Turn is a king. Dan's gonna suck out here on the turn against Mav. Big E, thank you so much. I appreciate you, buddy. Come down again and we'll play. We don't play enough. Or come down right now. There are seats open. Come play the stream.
No, I get it from their perspective.
Thank you for watching, Big E. Appreciate you, buddy.
Especially when they go around and they play.
Yeah, Dan turns top pair and open-ended here. Mav is likely gonna shut down.
But there's so many stream houses now.
Alright, checking and check. Watch over there.
Yeah, that's gonna be the nuts for Mr. Dan Simone. I think the best thing he can do is check here. Mav knows he's never good here. Just let him bluff, Dan. Let him bluff the river. SBR is 2. Let him overbet river. Nope. Dan ships it in with the nuts. That's different from what I was telling Dan to do. It's basically the opposite of what I was saying, but Dan just overbet rips it here on the river. I hear you, Biggie. I was out of town too for Christmas. 24 viewers in the chat. 24 viewers. Let me know, 24 people. What do you think's gonna happen on this river? You think Mav is gonna make a hero call? I don't, because he beats nothing. I'm not sure about that shove from Dan. I mean, I don't really think that Mav is checking turn with hands like Ace King or Ace Queen, so you're really not getting hero calls from like top 2 pair or, you know, top set or hands like that. You know, Mav is pretty capped when he checks turn. I mean, he might check turn with aces if that's exactly what you put him on, and you think that he's going to have a hard time folding top set. But other than that, might be a little bit of an overbet there, Mr. Dan Simone. I like checking. I think checking is the most profitable thing you can do there in that spot.
So Omaha high low, Omaha 5 high low. Omaha 5. This is a pot. No, tell Omaha.
All right, we are moving on here to a high-low hand. We're playing Congress.
Everyone's cards scanned. Dennis?
Sham God with a semi-playable hand.
Hey, Dan, second card real quick. Whoops.
I never like having dry, like a naked ace in my hand. In PLO or high-low. But he's going to put in the limp.
Very easy to see.
Got a call Dan, and a raise to 55.
Hefe with a real hand. Suited ace. 2 pair. Double blocks the nut low draw with the ace deuce deuce.
7 calls 55.
Looks like we're going 3 ways here.
1 calls 55. Okay. You got that? Shows you who you flip the cards real quick. Okay.
All right, let's see here. Hefe with the overpair and the nut low draw. He is going to lead out. Just sham with the gutter, and Mav has top 2. Actually, top 3. 3 pair, and the second nut low draw with the ace. The ace 3. Yeah, you got to call with Mav's hand here. Top 2 in the ace 3. Well, now he fills up. Jack 7.
All the bet. They're all in.
Looks like Mav ships it and Hefe calls.
800 or something. Boston man calls.
Wow, big pot here.
All in on the call. We're good? 1 time, 2 times, Joey? It's Congress. 1 time? Alright. We're ripping it 1 time. Here we go.
Hefe's 50% to win the low here.
How did you know?
Ace deuce.
Yeah, they're going to chop up this pot.
Looking at a ace 7, jack 7, full house. Chop it up. Chop it
Hefe with the nut low and Mav with the 7s full.
C1 has jack 7, full house.
Chop it up.
And then
$34 profit for both of them.
ace.
That's a good day.
Spade, 4 heart, 7 spade, and a jack. Got a fuck. 4 heart. 7 spade.
I'm in that kind of made that decision.
Chop it up.
He does have Jack on the dozy.
Last week would have been nasty.
Yeah, right?
Did no low and just fuck the high.
Sure.
I folded it.
I folded the queen.
None left.
Good job, guys.
21 viewers in the chat. Appreciate you being here, guys.
To the players.
If you have any questions about Peaks or the live stream or about me, I'll get personal. I don't care. Feel free to ask. Chat is open for anyone.
You want several cards worth of set, not just two.
Oh, looks like we're putting on the knit game here. Should be fun. I think earlier I was informed that there was a rule that if you won a pot, everyone had to show one card, and if you forgot to, then you had to show both cards. I failed to mention that, but I don't know how that applies to the knit game. I think the knit game you just got to show both your cards, so I think that rule is now null and void. Hefe's gonna raise it up with the king jack. Dan's gonna make the knit fold. How did I know? Sham's gonna put in the call. He's not scared. Good board for Hefe to bluff. Excuse me, bet here. Some bet range here. Backdoor hearts, middle pair. Backdoor straight as well. He's gonna lead out for round 1/3. Sham's only option here is to check raise as a bluff. It's the only way he's gonna win that pot. Yeah, he decides against it, puts in the fold. And Hefe gets rid of the knit button early on. Don't mess with Hefe, man. He's scary. Kevin is our big winner tonight so far. And Sports is at a devilish number. I'd love to see him run it up, though. Yeah, I really gotta urinate. Nah. Can you put a urinal? I'm gonna talk to Hefe about putting a urinal in here, just right in that corner. No one uses that corner.
You wanna buy this? Or you wanna, is that allowed?
All right. We are moving along. I might have to leave you viewers for about 2 minutes because I am human, and we all have to utilize lavatories every now and then.
I like if I'm dealing in here and we have the knit button, we'll sit there and shuffle the knit button the whole idea.
Raise from C5, 35.
Yeah. Big E says that in the chat, the best feeling ever is getting rid of that button first. I've never gotten rid of it before because I am also in massive knit, but everybody tells me it feels great, and I believe them. No, I've gotten rid of it before, but I have had to pay it out on stream. On this very stream, I've had to pay out the knit button because I was playing against a knit, and like he 3-bet or 4-bet, and I was like, okay, he's a knit. I fold, and then he just had something stupid. Didn't think he was capable of bluffing, and then I just bluffed myself, basically. Yeah, I don't like paying out the knit game. It's not good for my reputation, man. It's just not good. What is going on in this hand? Both Mav and Kevin flop top pair here. In all likelihood, they're going to chop this pot on the river. In terms of a board pair or just a high card coming. Kevin is going to get really aggressive and bet his top pair.
Punt off $300 because I don't want to give 25 bucks. What a deal. What a deal.
And it's pretty hard for Mav to continue here. He beats a lot of draws, but I don't think he beats a lot of hands that are betting for value this way. I don't even know how this pot got so big with these mediocre holdings.
Hey, is this the one that's not espresso?
Oh, Mav raised to 150 on the flop. That's what happened. Kevin called. And then Mav checked. Very interesting. Just such a draw-heavy board. I don't really blame Mav for calling here if he does.
These guys always be drawing.
So many draws. Queen Jack, 7-8. A lot of Broadway draws. Queen Jack, King Jack. Heart draws, club draws. An ace could be good here. Kevin getting really aggressive with ace-7 pre-flop and on the turn here now. All three streets, actually. He's going to make the call, it looks like. Ryan H. My name is Stephen Michael. I'm commentating. I'm subbing for Dan. He wanted to play tonight. Oh, Mav just ships it. Excuse me. Graphics are catching up.
I've only check raised twice in my entire life.
Yeah, like I was saying, such a draw-heavy board. Mav does not believe Kevin. Just doesn't put him on a strong hand here. And he's going to deny equity. I'm not a huge fan of the shove because I think really only better hands are calling you. But you are getting a lot of draws to probably fold.
But yeah, I did some weird shit that day where I called off with ace king against that big ass hand. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, tough spot for Kevin here.
Hey, Kyle. Thank you.
Okay.
Ryan H., do I know you? I'm sorry, I probably know you.
For the stream.
I know a lot of Ryans.
The stream is for sure not a draw.
Kevin puts in the call here on the turn. Wow. Looks like 7 is going to play here. And Kevin is going to scoop Mavs. Is that right? Ace, ace, 9, 10, 7. Yeah, 7's going to play.
I mean, my read
Wow.
was entirely wrong, but
Really good call from Kevin. I am not smart enough to break that down
that's the thing I'm most happy
and tell you who's supposed to be doing what there. But I can tell you that's a really good call from Kevin. Super pro.
Hey, that should have worked. That should have worked.
I know it's true.
Because the turn 300 is never as strong.
Not really.
Yeah. Tough spot for Mav.
Our new buddy. Coming to town. But
Yeah, Ryan, we probably played together. I've played with, I feel like, everyone in Texas. But it's hard to remember everybody.
Steve's going to be all
Have you, are you the Ryan that's played the stream on here, the 510 stream? Or is that a different Ryan? Yeah, the map got shot down. Unfortunately.
I don't know whether that was a sticky call or a good call. I'm trying to decide.
When in doubt, assume sticky.
Yeah, the Ryan I'm thinking of might be a Ryan L. And Kevin wakes up with the aces right after.
That's a interesting. 5 Now money to punt with.
Alright, folds around here. Mav is going to rebuy for 1,000. He is not done. He hasn't given up. Hefe with the 6 deuce. The Serrano hand. Shout out Serrano. Crusher. Crusher and Troll. Looks like he's not getting any action with the aces. All right. Quick recess. Viewers, do your own commentating for a moment while I, yet again, use the little boy's room. Thank you.
Buckle up.
For a fun time.
What's Dennis doing? That's the one guy that can't leave.
That's unacceptable. Move the bathroom back there. Give him a Home Depot box. He got bottled. Yeah. Stick a Gatorade bottle back there. Whiz. That's what we leaked in for the first 3 months of construction. These kids. Kill it.
At least tagging Tyler.
I agree.
You got me.
Thanks for using your brain. Yeah. Hello?
What's he talking to?
Hello? Oh, he missed the last one.
Oh, I gotcha.
Let me go start it, Steve.
That was quick. Don't touch my keyboard. Wash your hands.
You didn't wash his hands. He's in a hurry.
Oh, no wonder. Stuck it down monsters. I'm like, that was a
Maybe he's a non-holder. Really? That's an advanced move.
Non-holder. There's a lot of those. When I was like in first grade, there was a lot of those.
Yes, straddles on.
Hands all the way down.
this is good. This is good.
By non-holder, you mean he doesn't hold it like...
Yeah. Pull them down like to your knees and just...
It's self-aims.
You sway side to side like that.
It's very freeing.
At what age do you stop pulling your pants away?
35.
What? The age is you start living with shame about your choice.
In like first grade, people used to just come in there and they just...
I think people say it's like 30 is when that's when I'm gonna stop playing.
At the urinal, at the public urinal.
Other acceptable answer.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be here.
Your hero friend.
You want more of those, Dennis?
25.
They're outside? We're on a shelf or something? All right, I'm back, folks.
Pick one. Set of sixes.
Set.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Top camera plus.
All right. I did miss a hand or two, but it's good. It's good for viewers to have some reflection. It's good for viewers to do their own commentating, you know? Because what do I really know at the end of the day? I'm just one man with one opinion. Maybe y'all should think for yourselves sometimes too, you know?
Pants, underwear. It makes me a little uncomfortable when we're in like busy bathrooms and stuff. Yeah. And I'm like shaking. That's what I'm saying. You never know.
So what age is that?
He's 4.
Does he know how to play poker yet, or?
He doesn't know how to take a leap.
Greg says to keep your day job, the Mav. That's mean. The Mav is a good player.
I just worry.
He's just been running into it. He's just been getting maybe a little too aggressive in spots he shouldn't, but... Or maybe it was just one spot. Maybe in just one spot he was a non-believer versus Kevin. To be fair, Kevin has kind of had it every hand thus far, so... There's no right or wrong answers. It's just poker. You know, we're here to have fun. We're here to learn. Okay. Looks Looks like Kip golly, I can't talk. Looks like Kip got rid of his knit button. He is well on his way to getting unstuck. Lord willing. Is Dan also down? Is that what I just saw? We got 4 knit buttons remaining. Dan, the Mav, Sham God, to be expected, and Sports, to be expected. Just a bunch of knits. Bunch of knit balls. Somebody here has got to make a move in order to not be the last man with a knit button. Might be Dan. Dan's gonna bump it up with the Jack 6 suited.
Really? 15, because they stopped paying. They never paid him in the first place. But I actually...
Big E actually makes a really insightful point. He says people will always spend hundreds trying to get rid of the knit button that will only cost them $80 if they end up being the last person. It's actually very insightful of him, because it's true. People will run, you know, 3 or 4 massive bluffs that make no sense in the hopes of getting rid of their knit button when they could just pay out $80. You know, it's better to find one good spot than to be bluffing in 3 really bad spots. I think that's the lesson. Because at the end of the day, we're playing poker to make money. And if you're not making money, then you might be playing the game non-optimally. I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm kind of drunk. But the heart is there. The heart of what I'm saying is there. Dan is still at the top of our pre-flop raising. Proud of him. Proud of you, my boy. Good play, my boy. Good play, my boy. The Mav picks up the deuces. Let's see what he can get going with his second bullet. Sports picks up the ace jack. He's gonna 3-bet it on the button. I don't blame him. Doesn't have much behind. Maybe he can find a double up here. Dan with the same hand in the straddle. Sports is known to get out of line occasionally, and if he's on the button, then there's no better place to do it. Dan is aware of that. It's not about the $80, it's the shame of being the nit. Yeah, I hate that. Can't really help it though. Dan makes the disciplined fold. Sports gets rid of his knit button. Dan doesn't say a word. A lot of players are like, I had the same hand. No, Dan's not going to give away any information. Just drink your weird diarrhea espresso alcohol thing, Dan. Just keep drinking, buddy.
Does this count for the game?
It does not.
If you win, yeah, it has to count. Unless we just don't turn on the DC button.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say the word diarrhea on the stream. Someone will tell me. I'm sure Hefe will let me know. Or the sweet, sweet Miss Danielle. Alright guys, looks like we have, what, 3 players left with the knit button? I'm rooting for Dan. Dan's got to get rid of it. I don't really... Sham can lose it. Sham has money. Sham can afford it. Sham's paid out the knit button like 4 times in one night before. He can do it again. Just can't spell shame without sham. Right, Big E?
Still not showing.
Alright, looks like we're playing a PLO hand here.
Yeah, maybe 20.
Everybody's
Is Dan good?
limping in. I don't really know. The graphics say they're limping in for $2, but I think it would be 5 to come in if it's PLO. So probably disregard that. Sports is going to bump it up with the rundown. Sham's going to put in the call, and Mav is also going to make the call. So it looks like we're going 3 ways here. Amber, if you can hear me, I am in need of recreational beverages. Sports is going to flop king high flush draw here. And I think that's about all that's going on here. Nobody really flops a pair, I don't think. Math picks up a flush draw now. And Sports picks up a wrap. Sports is wrapped. King, queen, jack.
Heads up. Yes, call.
Wow, Mav is going to backdoor the queen eye flush here. And it's going to go check, check. Yeah, Sports backdoored the Broadway as well and checked it. Good check from Sports. He already knows what's up.
Blind on blind. Let's see it.
I think if Mav had bet small, he probably could have gotten some value from Broadway there with the second nut flush. Diarrhea cha-cha-cha. You know, I'm really not familiar with Beavis and Butthead. I'm ignorant. I don't know anything, really. All right. It's down to Dan and Sham. Dan and Sham. Dan God and Sham God. With their respective knit buttons. Who will be the winner? I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't tell anybody. It's just for you 17 viewers. I want Dan to win. I want the tradition to go on where Sham pays out the knit button. That's what I want to happen. That's what I'm hoping for. Sports is going to raise it up with the king 9. Might be a little wide, even in the hijack. But when he's got 2 people with the knit button behind him, he knows he's going to get called a little bit more because they're trying to get rid of it. So I don't mind it.
Yeah, but I folded the same hand, so.
I prefer to do it with stronger hands and maybe just raise larger because you know that Dan and Sham can't fold for larger amounts when the knit button's going on. But yeah, king 9, good hand, Sports. He's been running kind of bad. Yep. Did you hear me or did you just come in? Why don't you just turn on the stream in the bar and you'll know? You could do that.
Good, but it's delayed, so I'd still come like 5-10 minutes.
As long as you come. You know what? I don't think it's actually a matter of age, Nam or Nam. Tell me how to say your name. I don't want to say it wrong. Actually, I think it's a matter of culture because I know a lot of old stuff. I listen to old music. I watch old movies. It's just a matter of culture. I don't think my parents wanted me watching a show that was called Beavis and Butthead. It doesn't scream morality and ethics, you know. Just from the title. All right, we are going heads up here in a single raised pot. Looks like they're both going to flop a gutter. And they're holding each other's outs. Sham's gonna bet? Oh, Sham's gonna c-bet here. And FA is gonna call with the gutter. Not sure what happened there.
Hey, sorry, I moved it.
Bet 15.
I guess Sham c-bet and have they folded, maybe? Not sure. Not sure what happened there, guys. But we are going to move right along anyway.
Eric just said, what's that we raised?
No, he just called you 15 and then you immediately folded.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Came out.
my bad. I'm 7 behind this hand anyway, man. See, 3.
We have 2 seats open, guys. This is Peaks Dallas Live. My name is Stephen Michael. We are located at 1231 Wycliffe Avenue in the heart of the design district, as they say. I don't really know what that means, but I'm going to say it.
Mr. Graphics? Oh, there you go.
15, call.
I do want, you just gonna black. So we might get out of the way at least.
Ryan, she did roll her eyes, and then she told me to shut the expletive up. And I don't even know what she was talking about. I don't know. I don't know how she interpreted what I said. I'm at a loss. I'm not sure. Total misinput. Total miscommunication there. I don't know. We're going 3 ways here. Nobody flops a pair. Looks like King High is going to be good for Dan. And Sham doesn't care. He's going to lead out with his gutter to a 4-ball. And Mav is also going to call with the 2 overs in the backdoor straight. And we're going to go 3 ways here. I'm sorry, we're going to go heads up here. Mav picks up a gutter into a 9-ball. So we have 2 players, Mav and Sham, with their respective gutters. Bink! Sham's going to bink his gutter. He is going to bet half pot. Oh man. Sham gets rid of his knit button. Dan's got to pay out the knit game. Good catch, Hefe. Oh, that's a shame for Dan. I mean, isn't that kind of strange how Dan is at the top of the aggression chart, and also at the top of the VPIP, and he somehow is the last person to get rid of their knit button? That seems kind of ironic. That seems a little backwards. Seems kind of strange. Right, Ryan. I don't really know you unless I saw a picture of you, but you're right. She just doesn't understand my innocent nature. That's correct. I'm very innocent. I'm an innocent guy. You know? I love my mom. I can't really say much else because can't get political here or religious. So yeah, I'll just stick with my mom. All right, we're playing another high-low hand here. Congresso. We got about an hour and a half left of the stream, guys. Thank you for sticking around, all 18 of you people. Kipster wakes up with playable high-low hand under the gun. Let's see what he's gonna do. He's likely gonna put in the limp. Sure enough. Bingo. Thank you, Ridge Runner. I guess you're referring to my comment about my mother. Thank you, ma'am. The chat's flaming me for what I said. Yeah, is there? With bolognese sauce. Yeah, Sham doesn't have a great high-low hand. He's going to make the fold. Mav's going to put in the call with more of a high hand than a low hand. You know, a wise man once said, when you're playing high-low, don't play the middle cards. Play the high cards or the low cards. And I try to remember that. Yeah. Eric Cusin, if you're watching, I miss you, buddy. You're one of my favorite people that I kind of like. Here's a hand for you, buddy. He's probably the best high-low player I know, Eric Cusin. Shout out Mr. Cusin. And shout out Mr. Shane Howarth. Also, probably the best high-low player I know. Kind of an amateur. Hefe's going to lead out here with his middle set. And top pair. He kind of has all of it, man. Top pair, middle set, and bottom pair. Kind of hard to go wrong there, you know? Yeah, the Mav's going to make the fold. Hefe's going to take it down.
They play a lot slower as well because there's so many like all-ins. And they run
Hey, buddy. That's it? That's absurd. Give it to Dennis. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. Give it to Dennis. Let him eat it. That babe. Kevin is our big winner tonight. Up $1,600.
I thought the requirement was to be over 50.
Dennis, that's yours, buddy.
You were misled, my friend. 50 is high. 50 is way high. Over 30 should be.
All right, we're moving along here. Moving right along.
They had a rule that the lowest person was booted.
Yeah, I like that. If you have enough volume.
Yeah, if you have enough players, yeah.
Yeah. The first time I played with Wolfgang, I sat on his right, played 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, and he did not see a flop. And I started shitting on him.
There are napkins right there too,
In
buddy.
that game, I had kings versus his aces and won.
Oh, beautiful.
Dan is going to raise up the ace queen. Sham with deuces.
So, like, I love that for you.
He's going to see if he can quack Dan's ace queen. You see what I did there? Sports makes the discipline fold. We're going heads up here. Deuce. No dice. And no deuce. Sham is going to take the initiative here. Lead out with the deuces. Dan whiffed.
Unless you want to show 2.
He's going to show one deuce. Dan is bewildered. Dan is flummoxed. Flummoxed? Flabbergasted. Confused. Beside himself. Dejected.
I was there more than anyone else.
No kidding.
No, probably not.
Hey, stream seat open if you want. How do you know?
They don't know. No one tells them.
Travis! Tell Alexa about stream seat.
Mav is going to pick up the pocket sevens.
45 is the raise.
He's going to raise it up to 45.
45, yeah.
Hey, what's up? Yo, DJ.
I don't think so either. Alright, we'll have another real one.
And it looks like he took it down with the pocket sevens.
Are you doing like a plunge or something?
Yes.
Yeah, the cleanse is called diarrhea.
Doing a diarrhea cleanse?
Coffee cleanse.
Coffee cleanse.
Yeah.
I mean, basically.
It is a cleanse.
I believe it is called a diuretic.
Is that a thing? Can you do that?
Do one. You do whatever you want, sir.
Just take like laxatives all day, raise 35.
What do you think all those like
Face going to get out of line here a little bit. Raise up the ace deuce off.
they do like
Now Sham wakes up with a real hand.
lemon juice, like cleanses, and it's like in water, and they sell it to like
We raise to 130. 16.
That's basically what it is.
It sounds like you know quite a lot about it. Like at least 2 ingredients.
So close. I mean, they all have. Hey, I had that.
Yep, Shim's gonna 3-bet and take it down.
That's kind of interesting. Cayenne pepper, lemon juice.
I don't know what else they got in there. Various other languages.
I prefer to just eat 30 hot wings.
Oh man.
You'll be in the toilet pretty soon. Just get right to it. Wake up the next morning and feel good.
It'll be one of those screens. Shells wings right there. What do you want to get?
Hey, you want to be done in?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Carl's trying to not do you in for some reason.
Someone's trying to straddle.
B minus.
B minus.
Minus. Demerit.
Straddle.
No straddle. Straddle's 1 for 10, yep. Damn, just play, please. Just play the game.
Hey man, I'll do whatever the fuck I want to.
All right, we're moving right along, as I say. Kevin's gonna raise up the Jack 9. Dan's gonna make the discipline fold. Y'all not like it when I predict what's gonna happen. I just know these players.
That Justin is a legend.
He's a local legend.
That's the one from California, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a legend.
He owns a printing company.
I thought it was like a signs company.
Yep. A signs.
He also owns a lighting money on fire company.
Ridge Runner says, I'm 67, no kids. All I know is I love my mom and I hope I die broke. I'm right there with you, buddy.
Did you hear about the night at Nick's game where he scooped the Scott Navy twice?
Right there with you, my friend.
He ran it up huge. Scoop Scott, scoop Amy, scoop Scott again, and then they left.
Oh my god.
Oh, Scott Amy left? Scott and Amy got the whole left. They left their own game? Yes. It's probably 3-4 weeks
That'd
ago.
probably be
It was
pretty
the first
frustrating.
weekend of
Yeah.
December. Justin.
Because he was playing anyway.
Ultra jump Justin.
Just play the game.
It's very funny.
Kevin's our big winner still. Up 1,700. Hefe right below him.
I think the boys scooped him later.
Wait, the plow, the 10 and 5.
Yeah, I don't know. 3:15. What are you playing? Connors? Omaha 5 high-low.
With the...
Single word.
Dang it, that's not straddle, right? Dang it.
I know, right? He's got you.
Too much power.
Straddle one.
Too much power. Maybe.
Shane, do you play Highway?
I haven't played in a long time.
They got another Nicky
Congress came on Friday night, sir. Friday afternoon.
See, I don't prefer Congress games. I only prefer it when there's people like this guy that don't really know the game.
We're playing another hand of high-low here.
You were trying to straddle the button, which is a requirement at the time.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I should, yeah.
Yeah.
Get it as big as we can when we got novices. For sure. And position.
So why is it called Congress?
Because Texas is stupid. No, I'm just joking. I don't know. In California, they call it,
everywhere else.
yeah, everywhere else calls it.
WSOP calls it.
I actually like it better as Congress. That sounds...
Kipster's got a pretty mediocre high-low hand there. He's gonna throw it away.
It's a cool poker name. What? Still?
Tennis got all the cards?
Hey, this antenna must be weird. No, I did it perfectly.
Dan, make sure you scan each card individually. Very good, very good.
They folded cards.
Dan is doing a great job.
Luckily, they out you hard.
Okay. He says if you fold, it doesn't matter.
Oh, and then there's another game. We can't play it here, but have you ever heard of... you probably haven't. It's called Texas...
East 10996. Dan's gonna limp it in.
I don't
Watch what I'm doing. 6 cards.
Yeah.
4 on one and 2 on the other. 1's your Omaha hand.
Oh, man. I don't know why.
And they keep
Play this.
separate the whole time.
Try it after that, try to do it all at once.
Why the fuck would that be?
You have to do the We'll make him fold.
The window. The window.
You still need it?
I was playing for Omaha last night.
All right, looks like we're going 4 ways here.
How did you like that?
You're good.
I did okay. Check up hands. Yeah, it's all right.
Who has the 3-4? Nobody.
Can be gross.
I'm too inebriated to comment on this hand. Mav has the nut flush draw as well as a little bit of a wrap.
Three players.
Dan also puts in the call with top 2. Mav is gonna scoop this pot with the King Jack.
115.
I guess no one has a low here. Yeah, he's gonna lead out with Broadway. Sports doesn't really have anything, just 7 deuce, bottom 2. Be surprised if he put in the call here. Dan might make the call. Nope. Dan makes the fold. Good hand for Mav. Take it down.
No low. I didn't have a low either. I had 3-4. Yeah. That was really good. But I had a shitty bang.
I had no low.
And I hate being quartered.
I should have potted you on
Hefe and Dan are tied
good call.
with the V-pips.
I already
Oh, maybe I call you. Yeah. Check turn doesn't make sense in numbers.
Just for the stream, I'm calling.
8-6 is a low, Eric Hewson. You're very right about that. But I think Mav scooped. I'm really not totally sober right now, as I would be. So glad you're here, Hewson. I gave you a shout out earlier. Don't know if you heard it. Now you can judge all my hand analysis on the high-low games, like this one. Graphics are catching up with us.
Heads up.
Oh, well, they're both games tonight. They're playing Arizona.
Like 7 other starters are.
All right, Kipster and Kevin with some mystery hands here.
Jesus.
They're only, that's 30. They're only a 2-point favorite.
I started watching the Netflix.
I hope they play their cards well. That's all I can really say right now.
30% of
Eric, we got a good 1-2 game going. Why don't you come down, buddy? I'm gonna play after.
Swamp you talking about?
It's the Florida Gators.
You know how good you run against me. Come on now. Come on down. Don't be shy.
Florida State has a bunch of players out too, right?
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I heard that, yeah.
Buddy, I don't know how they do it up in Seattle. You're gonna want to put your glass in the front. Yeah.
Might be true everywhere.
Yeah, they totally.
That's really Kyle's job, so another
They put the black in
another
front of
Mary.
Seattle.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. What's his $2 thing?
Whoops. I thought it was the one. You wanna put the Nick game back on?
Big game. Close.
Jeez.
And I know he's an honest guy because he calls it his small blind.
Big game on. No one first.
Mr. Bloodbath.
This hand or next?
Next game.
Next hand.
Next game.
All right, graphics are still catching up with us here.
I made sure to fold my jaw.
Definitely not four.
Great, now the Nick game should have been on.
15.
Think about it, friends?
60.
I already looked at the cards. What do you want me to think about? Think about it, friends?
Oh, you gotta show one.
Showboat? Showboat.
This one?
Yeah. Queen, queen. Very good.
Is his hand?
No. That's not my hand. That is his hand. That's not my hand. It's not mine.
Okay, Nick game's on now.
That was my hand. I'm so confused. It might have been my hand. Bastard.
Alright, looks like we're throwing on the net game again.
25 the first one.
Dan gets a little redemption.
He is calling for you. It's something about not starting hand. One more time.
Hey, Tyler, will you do a whole bit for a second?
Something about it's not on the button. So there's no red button. There's no red button to start.
You'll figure it out.
Tyler's coming up.
Make your decisions really slowly. Benji this hand.
That's a verb now. That is cool.
This hand.
That's great.
Yeah. We're good. Straddle's on for 10.
You're still going slow?
No, we're all good.
Thanks, Steve.
Raise to 35.
Hit this button right here.
Alright. Hefe wakes up with a real hand here. He's gonna raise it up. Oh my god, Kevin has aces. This is sick. This is the cooler of all coolers.
Make it 125.
I wonder if there is a scenario here where Hefe doesn't go broke. Kevin has him covered. This is sick. Yeah, he's likely to come in for the inevitable 4-bet here.
Hey.
Hey, 400.
Yeah, what is these graphics? Yeah, it was like PlayStation graphics.
1100 back.
Wow. That was about to be a great little fingertip catch. Turned into a drop.
How much behind?
Bow wow.
I don't know how often he wants to flat here out of position.
8, 9, 7, 8.
All in?
There's all in.
Small 5-bet. Nope, he just rips it. Yep. Hefe is gonna put in the call here.
How does the nickname work if it's twice?
This is sick.
Stop board one.
Very concerned about net game stuff.
Let's do once.
I see this happen to Hefe quite a bit.
Oh my god.
I do have a diamond.
Let's hope he didn't have queens.
Kevin's gonna scoop.
I get another chance to win. We're doing twice, right?
Yeah, you did. Oh no, he said once. He said once. Because of the net game thing. No, it wasn't really bad. He said once. Yeah, it was. He asked, once the net game situation would run twice, he said the top board winner gets rid of his net bud, and then he said, okay, we'll go once.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go twice.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. What can you do?
No, it sounded like in his reaction.
Tale as old as time.
Information about the net bud informed his decision.
Yes, it certainly felt counter to the response expected. Button's good.
Yeah, but what difference does it make? I can't figure it out.
I think because if I lose on the top one and I win on the bottom one with my aces, it doesn't look very good. Yeah, it looks like it.
Always fun.
Oh, I'm always right. Yeah.
Alright, I think Hefe's gonna reload here.
I'm always, whatever you do, that's what we do all the time. Yeah.
1,000? Yes. Come back for 1.
So are you a one-time only guy?
Alright, moving along here.
But I wanted to get rid of the net button.
Yes, spending money.
Well, you could have more than it, even if you were twice.
I mean, I don't know that I would win the top one for sure.
Okay, let's do this.
That makes no sense at all.
I can't make sense of this, buddy, but I'm going with it. Doesn't matter.
Like, what would, you know, be the most, like, nice thing to do?
Hefe with the 9-10 suited. He's gonna raise it up probably.
Like, you know, is it more consistent for me to...
But it's not fair always one time and then two times.
Okay, so I'll just always go once from now on.
It's always one of those. If you give somebody the option, it's up to the etiquette.
Yeah, okay. Like, I play more tournaments than that, so...
Folds around to Dan. He picks up the ace queen. 3 bets it. Hefe puts in the call. Heads up here.
That's fair. I mean, usually I never, like, ask the other person to, like, run it twice, so it's fun, yeah. Yeah, sorry if that was, like, not...
65.
Waiting for the graphics to catch up. I'm good. Good. Yeah, Kevin is crushing it. You're right about that. Okay. All right, we got a flop here. Dan flops a gutter to Broadway. Hefe also flops a gutter to a queen.
First hand. Actual
Oh, and then the other part of that rule, which you probably
Dan leads out for 100, and Hefe calls.
and you don't buy that game, you're supposed to pay that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we do the same with,
Because like if you don't pay it, then the game is supposed to end, really.
yeah.
Sometimes, so like, it's not fair to other players if like one guy busts, he has a play, now everybody else has to pay. But you win.
Ah, sick. Dan rivers a pair. Hefe's gonna river the straight. I think Dan's gonna check here with his showdown value, and
Fred can make it match the stack.
We could also just,
Hefe is likely to put in a hefty bet.
next time we put the nickname back on, that's a filthy jinx.
Dan with the ace of hearts. He might be thinking his queen is no good. Trying to rep the nut flush. Doesn't have a ton of ace-x combos here that he's 3-betting, I don't think. Just ace-10 of hearts, ace-9 of hearts.
125. Call. Shows strength.
Wow. Dan bets. Interesting bet from Dan. Hefe's gonna snap it off with the straight. Little rebate.
They didn't have Luka or Kyrie. They were 10-point underdogs somehow.
We got about an hour left of the stream, folks. I do appreciate you watching,
Charles on for 10.
hanging around with me.
Double Charles on for 20.
5 players left with the nip button. Let's hope that Dan is not the last man standing. I'm rooting for Dan.
Make it 100.
That's the triple.
Dan with the possible tilt raise. He bumps it up to 100 with the knit button still in effect. There you go, buddy. Get rid of it.
That's it, I'm not paying it again. Not paying it again.
No. What are you playing then? Congress. 5.
Good for Dan.
Single board.
Are we mashing the stack yet?
I hear Dan on the other side of the wall being funny.
5.
43? 44?
Between 4 and 5.
All right, Hefe. Hefe leading the VPIP trail.
Dan is
We are playing another hand of high-low.
high-low.
This is why I need Eric Houston to co-commentate with me, because he's so much better than me in every way,
With a $10 straddle.
every conceivable way.
Getting all the cards ready?
When I say you should fold, he's like, no, put in the call, you know? Not because he's just, you know, an utter station, but just because I'm a nit, and I need some sort of balance, you know?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh. Y'all should run a permanent Congress game since y'all love it so much.
We really are polar opposites in that regard.
Dan, this is yours.
Everybody wants to play like.
I got another one.
Checks are,
This fence is like this.
Yeah, that's Dan. Two thank you.
I have no idea the beverages that Sham is drinking. Nom. You'll have to ask him personally. Alright, what is going on here? Sham with no low. Hefe with no low. And Sports with the ace 3. Sports is gonna have the nut low here, I think. I'm inebriated, but I think Sports has the nut low draw here with the ace 3. And in terms of the high, looks like Hefe has top pair. Looks like that's the best hand. No? Yeah? Yeah, I think I'm right. I think I'm finally right. Yeah, it looks like Hefe and Sports are going to have the check marks here. Hefe with Broadway, Sports with 6-3.
Oh, is it?
yeah, it's, it was 10 4-ways and then top.
Yeah, I think I'm right. Welcome to Quartersville. That's right, Ryan H. Welcome to Quartersville. It's kind of a tough call for Frederick here, Mr. Sports. He's gonna put in the call.
I fold.
63 low.
Okay, I read.
What? You called it a 63 low? Yes.
6-3.
Yeah, they're gonna chop up this pot. Thank God I didn't get a comment from Eric Houston. Wouldn't have known what to say. Right, moving right along. We have about an hour left of the stream, ladies and gentlemen,
Straight draw, top, like
folks
straight
of the
draw,
world,
straight draw, and nut
people.
low draw. And then ace very bad. Very worst card in deck.
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. Frederick did get counterfeit with the ace 3. His 6-3 was the low that he was playing. Good call from Frederick. Nobody got quartered.
So nip button stays on chalk?
Yes.
Stay on,
Yeah, where you have to scoop.
you have to scoop, okay.
You know, I get it now. Because every time I'd watch the stream when Dan was commentating, I would just roll my eyes because he'd say all this stupid stuff that didn't make any sense. And I get it now. It's because he was drinking.
Yeah, I just got this.
And now I am getting the same backlash. And I deserve it for being so judgmental towards Dan. My own brother. My own stepbrother in blood. My blood stepbrother. My father married his fat wife. I mean his fat mother. Something like that. I don't know. What do we got going on here? Heads up. Kip leads out with the naked ace of diamonds. Some backdoor draws. Not much Sham can do here. Excuse me. Other than bluff. He is gonna let it go. What am I drinking? Just a lot of beer. Just a lot. And I haven't eaten anything today. Nothing. So, it's kind of hitting me. I'm also a lightweight. You have to take that into account. That's the funniest thing you've said all night. What did I say? Just a lot of beer? Which part? The lot of beer, or that I'm a lightweight, or that I haven't eaten anything? Probably the lightweight part is what you think is funny. And listen, I've said a lot of funny things tonight, okay? And I will not be discredited for those things.
So who y'all got winning it all?
College? Cowboys. Michigan.
Yeah, if I was trying to win a contest for being funny, I wouldn't be commentating poker. I'd be like doing something else that actually required me being funny. No one's going to be as funny as Dan, man. I mean, if you really think about it. Dan picks up the queens. He takes it down. That is a good hand. 21 viewers listening to my drunken stupor. Appreciate you being here.
Really? Good. Get your fucking horns up.
All right. Dan is raising the most pre-flop. Proud of him. He hasn't really had any hands. I mean, not a lot. He's had queens. Most recently. But that's about it. I mean, nobody has really picked up a ton of hands. Nobody's running super great here. Kevin is running pretty well. But he's also running pretty good. Dan's gonna raise it up in early position with the ace-10, and he's gonna get 3-bet by Sham. Hefe is dominated here in terms of hearts. Sports just picks up the kings in the small blind. I think he added on. He's a little too deep now to rip it like he could have about a half hour ago. He's probably gonna make it around 200. 225. It's a good sizing.
No? He doesn't have any bluffs, huh? He does. He does.
Hefe with the 6 Dewey. Probably gonna give him some respect.
What is that?
Hard to start live. You have to show them both.
Really great folds all around. Sham's one of those players that wins so much everywhere else that it doesn't really bother me if he's a little card dead tonight, you know, because I know he's just gonna make it back tomorrow. If you look at a player like Frederic, you know, you do feel a little bit of pity, you know, a little bit of empathy there, because you know, all he does is lose. No, I'm just kidding. I love Fred. I just have to give him a hard time because he gives me a hard time for no reason. Sham will be all right, man. I promise you. He picks up the ace-jack. Speaking of the god, it's instead of speaking of the devil. Wow, Sports picks up kings back to back. That's crazy. He's gonna 3-bet it.
I think right now you're about B-minus. I know, I'm sorry.
Sham's like, am I really running this bad? Am I really running into it this consistently? Yes, you are, my friend. Yes, you are.
Passing?
As long as you don't get cracked and then
Is he gonna make a stand here? Take a stand. Take a stand. Put it in with your, you know, your 3 outs. Let the flop come king, queen, 10. I want to see blood. The viewers want to see blood. All right, I'm not alone here.
Can you make it a 2?
AM?
We're playing earlier because it's New Year's Eve. Like, I can't stay late.
Are we streaming that night? Okay.
Sham stays disciplined. Super Pro. I think if he had ace queen, the hand would have played out a lot differently. I think he would have found the call with ace queen. Wow. Back-to-back kings for sports. Well played.
Seat 2 is adding 1,000.
Oh my god, back-to-back kings.
never had that before.
Can't even play ace jack against you.
We are moving right along. Hefe is taking the lead in the VPIP department.
You were gonna big the ace. We could have run it twice. You would have big 2 aces.
Make it 30.
Sham God and Mav.
Just your raise.
Only ones left with the knit button. If I were to make a guess here, I'd say that Sham is going to lose. But we shall see. He's going to bump it up in +1 with the suited ace. He's going to get 3-bet by Mav. This is knit button on knit button crime going on right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Sham just rips it. Would not be surprised at all. He's going to put in the call.
So much caffeine. Yeah, how are you so good?
Doing what?
Heads up here. Ace in the window. Sham's going to flop the trips.
I'll get a spell. What do you want?
These are spots that I'm like not completely studied on because, you know, when a tighter player like Sham is opening an early position and he gets 3-bet, well, that's a pretty strong range that Mav must have 3-betting the tighter player, you know, in +1. But then when the flop comes like that and it's a board that Mav should be smashing, you know, and then Sham just leaves it out anyway, you know, kind of silly, kind of strange, kind of like
You guys want to keep going with the next game?
backward ranges. Happens a lot at 1-2. Ranges are very merged, very neutral. Doesn't happen a lot at 5-10. It's a big difference. Ranges are a little more discernible in higher stakes than at 1-2.
That would be vicious. Everybody that still has a net button has
Because
to
people are calling with hands they should be 3-betting, and people are 3-betting with hands they should be calling with, and people are opening hands they should be folding. So it's just you never know at 1-2, man. 1-2 Texas poker is pretty crazy. Moving on. Hefe's gonna raise it up with the king queen. He is gonna get called by Sports with the excuse me. Sports is gonna 3-bet the suited connector, as he should be. Board coverage for the win. Kipster's gonna make the tight fold. And we're gonna go heads up here. Got about 40 minutes left on the stream. Let's make the best of it, folks.
Every hand I've won has been free.
Nobody flops anything here. This flop is going to favor Sports' range, I believe. He is likely to put in small c-bet. Is that 30? 30 into 123? 30 into 100?
C3.
30 into 120. Yeah. I'm drunk. I'll just admit it now. Well, Hefe's gonna take advantage
Take a 95.
of the weak sizing, and he is gonna raise it up and take it down.
We show it.
You still show 'em both? You didn't show.
Way good. And you have my seats. Your seats.
Wow. So we have two winners tonight. Kevin and Sham. Kevin is crushing it, and Sham is up around $100, and everyone else is still struggling, trying to find their spots.
It is an option. Discard games? You do like that. Games where you discard? I thought you would call.
Maybe not.
No, I'll do peel or ball pod if not.
Yeah.
Why do you let them all? You can't do discard games, right?
No, he will.
Why not do discard?
Because they don't know him.
Oh, that's cool. What a disaster.
Yeah, Omaha double board.
Oh, no. My
It's
How much
Omaha.
to come in?
5.
I feel like at the same time, though, you would...
$5 Omaha, guys.
Quick.
Double board.
Yeah.
Like, when he calls you down with ace high.
That's what he made a living for the first 6 months we were open. Coming here at 2.
Who did?
Until 6 holding.
$5 Omaha.
What?
We all good?
Oh, bottom.
Dan, we still need your hand.
Thank you to the 21 viewers in the chat. Appreciate you being here,
Yes, double board Omaha.
sticking around with me,
Being weird.
listening to me mumble and slur my words, and you know, comment on things that I really don't understand. We are playing an Omaha hand here,
I didn't think Dan was Indian.
as far as I know.
Once.
The window.
Yeah, I'll be doing a lot of content out of this place in the next over the next couple of weeks, Eric.
All at once seems to work, huh?
This area has like the most scenic location, everything.
Thank you. We agree.
We have some flops out. Those are flops. There are cards there. That's all I know right now.
I don't even have to look back at this part.
Let me know when to go. That's 25.
Dan the man is gonna flop jacks full on the bottom board. Mav is gonna call with his aces, trying to get lucky, knowing he's likely behind. And Kipster's gonna call with his open ender and top pair. Wow, Kip is gonna improve to Broadway on the bottom. Little does he know, he's up against jacks full. Dan is gonna bet here once again. Mav is gonna turn aces full on the bottom. That is a miracle turn card for him. Dan is in big trouble here.
3 players.
I think he would need a jack up top,
No, I thought there was more slats.
and he gets it. Wow. Dan is probably thinking that he's golden here with the second nuts and jacks full. And he is just gonna bomb it on the river.
410. All in. 410. Yep. Dan bets 410. C1 is all in.
Kip is
Still.
got stuck in the middle of it with his Broadway. He's gonna make the discipline fold.
Call. Jack full.
He's gonna see how lucky Mav got with the turn set of aces. Very sick.
Oh god, that's so sick.
Nice.
Sick.
Oh my god.
What a call from Mav on the flop. Nothing but aces.
Drawn dead on
Just binks.
drawn dead on the eights. Oh, I guess to the last.
We got about a half hour left in the stream, folks. Any overtime, Dennis?
Did you get in?
Overtime? You know if there's any? All right. Hefe still leading, rather. Not leaving, leading in VPIP.
Charles on this hand.
Wow, that was quite the bink for Mav, and then the re-bink for Dan up top with the set of jacks. Crazy. Crazy.
Okay, good turn.
As Christopher Walken would say. That's crazy. Kipster with the deuces in the hijack. He's gonna limp in.
Call time. I think it's 75.
Sham wakes up with the ace king. He's gonna raise it up. And he's gonna take it down, man. Ace king 2 times. He gets no action. It's gotta be frustrating for Sham. But he'll be alright.
What'd you have, Sham?
Ace king.
Checks out. Back to Steve. We'll see if he's lying.
Yeah, you can see how it's free. Ace king off.
Yeah, good alright.
Standard for line 3.
I was ahead pre-flop.
Are you there?
Alright,
Oh, shit.
I'm back.
I wouldn't saw that coming. After calling 10.
I don't know, what's the odds?
Well, no, it's your stack size makes it
49.
kind of awkward.
This is all the,
What is it? 49, 51?
pretty close to
Pretty close.
maybe 60.
Oh, yeah, it's Lucy versus
Sports is gonna open it up under the gun with the suited connector. And Kipster's gonna put in the call with the pocket pair. Wow, Sham God. Ace king back to back. He must have not had ace king. I think there was a error there. No, I'm good, darling. Thank you. Appreciate you. I think that was an error in the graphics. Sham didn't have ace king there on the button. Must have been an error. Dan is gonna flop trips here. We went 4 ways,
Got a better four.
and he is gonna bet.
Got a four.
Poker's not hard.
And he's gonna take it down.
It's alive. I have a feeling that trick is gonna make it to the stream.
Wait, what'd you say?
Does not want to hand post.
You've not won a hand once?
Post.
Oh, really?
I've taken down 5 or 6 free,
Yeah.
but not one post.
That's weird.
That's the way I feel.
That's really weird.
My one hope
no, I
is
did-
the
I
ace
did-
queen hand.
Actually, I did that host.
I think I lost the minimum there.
I wanted to do that.
Jack exposed.
15.
Jack of heart.
Jack of hearts.
Got a race.
15.
15. Receipt number 4. Yeah, 5, 7, and a 4. Jack of heart's gonna be the bird.
Kipster's gonna raise it up here with the jack 10.
15?
15. Guards to page me off. I gotta raise the 50. Receipt number 2. Got the top.
And it looks like El Jefe 3-bet it and got a call. Graphics are still catching up with us. No?
Okay. Where he competition.
Not entirely sure what's going on here. I think we went to a flop. Just gotta give it a second.
Yeah, but 55.
Okay. That's all good, bud. Yeah, it looks like El Jefe 3-bet it.
Federates 125. Okay.
I guess we went 3 ways here. Jefe C-bet, Kipster raised it up with the open ender, and Math folded. I think that's what happened.
Heads up. Yeah, check. Okay. On to the river.
Nam, the fees to play here, we have $12 hourly, and then we have a $15 membership monthly.
Or go over to Zola.
Oh yeah, and it's $5 a month if you're a first responder
Someday you'll be able to move up to
or a veteran.
play with us. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened with that hand. I think it went 3 ways, and I think Kipster raised it up with his open ender and missed, and Jefe took it down with a pair of 8s. And we're moving right along. About a half hour left in the stream.
Got a fold and a fold.
Sham God is gonna raise it up with the ace jack.
Fold one. Fold two. Fold one. Call four. We're going heads up.
Bit of a flip here. Kipster flops a flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He is just gonna lead out in the big blind. Sham with the ace of diamonds and an overcard. And he's gonna make the fold. Respect.
Touchdown Oklahoma. Under the Australian check.
Kevin is killing it tonight. Our big winner.
Alright, 10 to play. Got a fold. Fold. That leaves 35 for C2. C3 costs 35. Four folds.
All right, Hefe's gonna raise it up with the suited ace. He gets a call from Sports. We're going heads up here, it looks like.
Last time I brought him here, we played like 7 hours, and he did not play a hand. Maybe just played 2 hands, and then walked out of here and told me, I don't think I've ever been that carded before. This is big.
25.
Sports flops a gutter here. Hefe still with the best hand. Some backdoor draws.
Cost 25.
Hefe's gonna bet, and Sports is gonna call. Good card for Hefe to rep on the turn now.
Check, check.
Now the river brings in 4 to a flush. Sports misses his gutter. And Hefe still with the best hand with ace high. Hard to know that though. He's gonna bluff here with the best hand on the river. Question is, does Sports ever find any raises here on the river? Try to take this down.
Continues.
DH comments playing at peaks. Priceless? It is priceless. It's a good game going on at peaks. Great people, cheap drinks, catered food, really good atmosphere. Can't go wrong with peaks. Yeah, come down sometime, man.
Make sure Dennis knows the Holden bomb pot.
You only like the full
Dennis knows the
Hold'em bump up.
Double board, 5 to come in, hold it up.
Okay.
We got all this, right? Hefe and
Has Shams V-Pit hit double digits yet? I don't know. Looks like we're playing a bomb pot here.
Check.
Not my
You good? You good?
not my specialty.
Okay. Check. Check. Take the shim. Check.
Oh, it's a DC game. We're playing a Hold'em bomb pot.
Check.
Not entirely sure what the cap is. Probably 100, 200 bucks.
Good. Check.
Michael, the provider, is playing. He ran into a big one, kings versus aces, so he's not doing amazing, but he's playing. How you doing? I don't know if Shams VPIP has hit the double digits. He's been fairly card dead, and when he hasn't been, he hasn't gotten any action, so he hasn't been running too great, in all honesty. Sports has the nut flush draw here up top, and Kipster turns a set. Sports drills his nut flush up top, and his 9 is also going to be good on bottom. He's going to scoop this pot.
I'm out with this game.
He's going to lead out here on the river.
6, 7, 65, 65.
Hey, at least it's easier for
Kip's like,
commentate on.
pretty bad river.
Way good. Nuts.
Hard to call.
Nuts.
Fours are way good. 4 diamonds.
All right. Sports takes it down. Like to see him win. He hasn't had a great night either. He and Sham have been pretty card dead. Dan's just having a blast, man. Doesn't even matter that he's down 493. Dan is having a blast. I don't even know if that's accurate. There might be some discrepancies here. There might be some inaccuracies with the... And I don't know how Kevin and Shaman are the only people who are up right now. Might be some inaccuracies, but none of that matters when you're having fun. Commentator, what's your name? My name is Stephen Michael. I am subbing for Dan Simone. He wanted to play tonight, so I stepped in for him. I also commentate occasionally with Luke Werline. He's a floor man here. And I also commentate with Dan himself, Dan the man. Tonight is the first time I've done it solo. It's very fun, but also when it comes to urination breaks, it can be challenging. Because I don't want to leave you all alone here. But also, my bladder comes first before anyone. Kevin is going to flop a flush draw and a gutter here on the button. He's going to get the snap fold from the Mav. Taking down another pot. Is there a story behind the sports nickname? Frederick in the 3 seat. That's how you know I've been drinking. He is very athletic man. Plays a lot of sports. Plays a lot of pickleball. I think that's his game of choice, but he plays a lot of other games as well. He's into sports, so when he posts, if you go follow him on Instagram at well, I don't know what his name is on Instagram, but his name is Frederick Hinkle. I'm sure you'll find him. See, Fred, you need to pay me for plugging your social media accounts, man. I can't do this for free. When he'll post a picture of the live stream and say sports, and he'll do anything sports related. So that is the origin of the sports nickname. We are going heads up here. Dan is going to 3-bet the ace queen, it looks like. No, Dan is going to raise the ace queen and get one call from Hefe. And they're both going to miss the flop here. Dan with the queen of spades turns a flush draw. And Hefe also with a flush draw. And the river bricks out. Dan is going to have the best hand with ace high here. That is going to do it. Cool story. I thought he was a good sport. He is also... he is also a good sport. He's a good loser, let me tell you. Stack him all the time. Never says a word. Makachu, I am drinking Bingaling, or Yingling, as some people like to call it. But I call it Bingaling because I think it sounds cool. I've just had a lot of beer. I haven't even had any liquor or anything. I just haven't eaten anything today. And Mr. Provider, El Jefe, he knew what he was getting himself into when he asked me to commentate. So don't blame me. He is responsible for this solely. But that being said, you know, I think I've done an alright job. Haven't made too many mess ups here, you know. Houston calling me out for not identifying a low and high low. That's fine. That hurt. It hurt me a little bit. Hurt my pride. Hurt my heart. But I blame it on the alcohol, and that's all I can really say. We're going heads up here. Hefe is going to flop the best of it with bottom pair. Pretty good board for Sham to rep. He's going to c-bet.
Got a call. That's a full turn.
Hefe is going to make the call. And Sham now turns open-ended. Any queen, ace, or 9 would give him the best hand. He might want to just check here, realize his equity, and he's going to brick the river. I think Hefe has a little too much showdown value to be bluffing this river. He's going to check. Now it's just a question of whether Sham wants to bluff this river or not. He blocks the straights. He blocks king queen. He blocks queen jack. Not a bad hand to be bluffing with. But he's gonna have to go big. At least pot. He looks down at his cards, wondering how often queen high is good. Yeah, I think he's beyond bluffing now. I think he's gonna take queen high down to showdown.
Check, check.
7's gonna take it.
What happened? Check, check, river? For a moment I thought I saw a hero call it queen high.
Alright, about 20 minutes left of the stream, folks. Time will tell if we see some fireworks. Kevin crushed the game. Gonna have to talk to him after the stream. Good player. Definitely a challenging opponent.
Not trying
Shamalama Ding Dong with the pocket sevens. He's gonna raise it up. Mav is gonna make the call on the button. Hefe with a disgusting 9-4 offsuit. And Sports with the Choctaw Nuts. They are gonna make the disciplined folds. We are going heads up here. We have an action flop, ladies and gentlemen. Shamgod is gonna flop middle set here, and Mav with top pair, and the King of Hearts to boot.
1-2 game.
I mean, it's the Peaks 1-2 game, so. I mean, even still because of 1-2.
30 plus 8.
I think the short stack on that table was 12.
Gotta call 30.
Yeah, Mav is gonna put in the call. Good turn card for Sham.
Gotta bet
Wow.
150 from Sam.
Sham comes in for the overbet on the turn here. Pretty draw heavy board. I like the overbet. It's going to be really tough to fold a king here in Mav's spot. And he loses to ace king, king queen.
I saw Kevin come in here.
That's
today,
about it.
Chinese Russian food came in. And it is like way good. Sucked out.
Chim also have some bluffs here, like ace jack of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, ace 10 of hearts, 9 10 of hearts, 8 9 of hearts. Wow. The Mav is going to come in for a raise to 400, and Sham's just going to rip it. I don't like the snap rip, but I suppose the money's getting in no matter what.
I don't want timer. Alright, we're going all in and call one time.
I just don't like the timing tell. I don't like how quickly he rips it. But wow, Sham's gonna stack him. Yeah, it's a tough spot for Mav. I don't blame him for shipping it in. He didn't have much money left behind.
You're getting money back.
Also, were you ever Mac play at that one stream? Mackenzie? Mac. The,
Yeah, tough spot for Mav.
at one point he got felted.
Not much he can do
All expected it to be the end
with
of the
his
night.
stack size.
He immediately
If he were
lost
deeper,
the match, right?
he'd probably lose a lot less. But in terms of his stack size, that is.
Not know that. Yeah, and he immediately just pulled out like 10K.
All right. Hinkle has to tinkle. I will be back momentarily, friends. Do some commentating amongst yourselves. I'm not the only one who can do it.
He's very nice. It was wild though, because there were like crazy call-outs from Mac. His math teacher was pulling out 10Gs like that. He watched probably more. He watched around a lot.
He's been playing cards in Dallas for a long time.
Yeah. We went back and like all of us thought we had a read on the guy, and we went back and looked at the hands on the live stream. We're like, I got called down by the fifth pair here. Like,
All right, my name's Dan. I've been playing.
you know, second
There I am.
full pot. This is
Face is all red. Had a bunch of coffee. Shamgod's got ace king. How about that? I remember this hand. Holy hell, we played 80 hands tonight? With the knit game on? Or the DC button? Okay. Short stacking for Kipster. He's got a flush draw. Top for Sham. Hefe's got bottom pair here. Good fold. Obviously. Kipster might just want to jam here, but that would be ridiculous. Pot's too small. Now he's picked up a pair. What's pot? $96? Sham gonna give him a price. Yeah. Queen pairs. Sham's checking back because he's a baby. This is Peaks Dallas Live. I want to give a big shout out for helping out tonight. Dennis on the graphics and young Steven doing solo commentary for y'all tonight. Good on them. And I tagged in because this happened 15 minutes ago. I don't think I've played a hand since. Oh, this pot gets real stupid. I think we're playing 5-card PLO bomb pot. How did Hefe beat me in the V-pips? I got card dead. Alright, here's Steven coming back.
All right, we are back. I'd like to thank Mr. Dan Simone.
Checking the check. Pause action real quick. One second. We're good? Alright, checks all the way around to Shane. Back to C1 check.
Oh, we have a new player at the table, Mr. Eric Cusin. He heard my request, and he followed through. Looks like we're playing a 5-card Omaha hand here. Hefe flops middle set on the bottom. Nobody with Queen Jack. Nobody with aces. So Hefe's got it pretty locked up on bottom. Shamgod has a flush draw. And Kevin as well. Now flush gets there. Flush over flush for Kevin and Sham. That's pretty gross. Nuts versus second nuts. And Hefe also backdoors the nut flush up top. So it looks like he and Kevin are gonna get half of this pot, if I'm not missing anything. Yeah, Sham blocks the boats up top with the trip 4s. Oh, I'm sorry. He has Jack 4. Sham has a boat. I am blind. I am drunk. I am a drunkard. I have a problem. And my name is Steven. My apologies. Sham with the boat up top. 4's full of jacks. And Kevin with the nuts, the queen high flush on bottom. They are gonna chop up this pot.
I misread one board.
Yeah, Hefe's gonna put in the call, it looks like. Wait. What? Sham folded the boat? Wow, okay. So when Kevin re-raised, he folded out Sham's 4's full. I mean, the only boat that Sham beat was 4-5, so I don't really blame his fold, but, well, as you can see from his hand gestures, he's trying to explain the fold. He's trying to justify it. And, everything can be justified with one comment. He is a nit. No, I'm just kidding, Sham. That's a tough spot, buddy. Yeah, it's a 6 spot. Wow, okay. So Kevin folds out the best hand. He chops up with Hefe. With the nut flush. Hefe with the nut flush up top and Kevin with the nut flush on bottom. They fold out the boat. Crazy stuff. Not much time left on this stream, folks. Mr. Cusin has joined us, though, in the 9 seat. Glad he came down. Been drinking. Okay, fine. You know, I heard Dan did the same thing. Yeah, Nick had to like leave the booth. Okay. I'm sorry to Dennis and everyone else that had to experience that. Tell me why? Tell him that it's human nature. Why? Sorry. It's human nature. Cuz is going to raise it up with the King 10. Kevin's going to wake up with a premium. Yeah, that's true, Nam. He didn't have anything on the other board. I agree with you. But he's also a nit. I want that to be made clear. Cuz is going to get 3-bet and he's going to make the fold. Kevin's going to take it down. Oh, Dennis did. Just put some aside for me if you don't need it. Well, we're gonna be done soon. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Kevin is our big winner tonight. That was my mistress telling me that there was food for me. Appreciate her. And guys, I want you to remember there are 2 different meanings of the word mistress, so don't get it twisted, okay? Obviously, you know which meaning I'm referring to. Cuz under the gun picks up the 9-5 suited. He is not one. Wow, he folded. That's not something that I thought I would see from him. I'm gonna have to talk to him later about that. And I say this because he's a bit of a station. And when I say a bit of a station, I mean a major station. And he just, plays virtually every hand. Sports is going to 3-bet it after Mav opened. Raised, rather. And Kevin is going to put in the cold call with the ace-9. He has the best hand. We are going 3 ways here. Whatever meaning you want to ascribe to it. Nam. It looks like Kevin is going to flop the best of it here with top pair. Mav with a gutter to a jack ball. And Sports is going to bet range here on this board. He's going to bet his middle pair. Unfortunately, he's just kind of run into it from Kevin on the button. Mav is going to make the fold. We're going to go heads up here to the turn. It's a brick. Doesn't really favor anybody's range. Doesn't really improve anybody's hands. Pretty wet board now on the turn. Sports is going to give up just 12% equity. 4 outs for Sports. And he does not improve. Ace-9 is the best hand. And I think Kevin probably puts him on the hand that he has. Weak king. Possibly a weak ace. Check back turn to pot control. Not get value owned by better aces that are cold calling pre. Wow. Kevin's going to put in the value bet and get a call from sports. Good bet from Kevin. Both flush draws missed. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for putting in the call. I think the cold call from Kevin is pretty indicative of some strong hands, as well as some small pocket pairs that are just calling in position, but typically some pretty strong hands. I mean, he's playing pretty straightforward, pretty solid. I don't think he's doing a ton of cold calling without the goods. I'd probably fold if I'm in Fred's spot, but with all the draws missing, apart from Jack 10, I don't really blame him for the call. But that was in the past, and we are moving on. It is the present now. Kipster's going to open it up with the suited connector. One of my favorites. Sham's not going anywhere.
You probably put me on like a flush draw exactly, calling with the king, right?
But he is a nit, so what do I know? Oh yeah, he is going somewhere. He's going to Nitville. Population Sham God.
You said your wife was not crazy about some aspect of something?
Hefe with an ace. In the straddle. He's going to defend.
She would much rather be at like a dive bar,
Kipster flops a flush draw. He's likely to put in a C-bet here. SBR's a little over 2. He's going to bet pot. Not much Hefe can do here. No fold equity either with how much money Kip has behind.
Where are your tickets?
There's yes, Kaling Sweet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's in the
Wow. Hefe's going to put them all in with the ace high. Backdoor spades. Kipster's going to make the call. He's going to bink a 7. That would have been a 7's full for Sham. But, you know, we can't all be winners, buddy. And, they're going to chop that up. Hefe wins with ace high on the bottom. Kipster with the bink. Pair of 7s. Sham is regretting everything, as he should.
I had to look at that. I'm like, what? You got top?
Kip actually slow roll.
Yeah, I mean, look, call me a fish, Nam, but if I have any pair, I'm probably calling almost any open because of my implied odds. You know, some people are like, well, you got to get like 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 10 to 1. It's like, I don't really care, man. If you give me a pair, I'm probably not going to fold pre-flop. I'm probably just not going to do it because I'm a fish and I want to go bink. I want to bink a set. I want to stack somebody with an overpair. I want to stack somebody with top-top. I want to stack somebody with enough flush draw. I will call with any pair. I don't care. And it rhymes because it's true. Yeah, well, the night is winding down for Sham, so he might just be kind of locking it up. Not wanting to play too high variance, just kind of waiting for the nuts. Last few minutes of the stream. Don't know how much longer we have. Do you know how many more hands we have? Not sure. 90? Okay. Yeah, we just got a few hands left here of the stream, folks. So you're saying there's a chance. We're going heads up here with some junky hands. Cuz versus Hefe. And Hefe's going to flop the best of it here with top pair. He's going to check it back. Cuz is going to turn a flush draw, and he is going to lead out. And the queen is going to be good. Yeah. Cuz is going to give up because FA is going to value bet river. And he's going to make the fold. Nothing he can do there with 10 high. All right, hand 85. I think we got about 5 or 6 more hands left. Kipster's going to limp in with the queen 10. Shim's going to raise it up here with the king queen. Cuz is going to make the cold call on the button. Mav picks up a big hand. He's probably not going to let anybody see this flop. 175? 165. Good sizing. All right, takes down the pot.
The only real hand.
Nice little pot for Mav. Nam, they do continue playing off stream majority of the time. I'm probably gonna go play with them. Looks like a good lineup. Come down and play, guys, if there's a seat open. Good game going. We also have a 1-2 game going out on the floor. Got some legendary players playing out on the floor. Don't miss it. We're going to be open till 4 a.m. So you got a few hours to come down, get your gamble on, as Mr. Warline says. Hand 86. Everybody with a bunch of junk hands. Folds around to the blinds. FA is going to raise it up with the 7 deuce. And immediately gets 3-bet by Sports. I think the 3-bet's going to get through. I don't think they're playing the 7 deuce game. Only in Hefe's mind are they playing the 7 deuce game. I hear you, Nam. I got work tomorrow too. All right, just a few more hands here.
Yeah, it was like, I think Irene had her preference. It would be like go to Giacomo's or something like some dive, you know, some real
Giacomo's is great.
place like that versus like a organized party.
Yeah.
And we're going to be playing a PLO hand here. Kevin picks up with a playable one. He raises it up, gets a call from Dan. Oh, Kevin gets a bunch of callers. We're going 6 ways here. Mav with the only flush draw here. Kevin is drawing dead, apparently. Sports picks up the, hits the gutter ball on the turn here with the 6-8. He's got the nuts right now, and it's gonna hold to the river. Wow, he's gonna check. Checks the nuts. Sham's gonna lead out with ace jack top. Hard to get called by worse hands there. I'm not sure about that bet. And Sports is gonna check raise with the nut straight. Yeah, Sham's disgusted, asking himself why he decided to bet with one pair. We all make mistakes, buddy. Just not as many as you make. Kidding, Sham. I love you. I mean, you fold a boat, but you're tanking with one pair. This doesn't make any sense, man. Get it together.
We all got some decisions to make. None of them sound that bad.
Can I just get can I get like a...
Yeah, Sham just should have just taken his showdown value. Just checked it down. He's never getting called by worse hands when he bets this river. I mean, just never getting called by worse hands. Everything folds. Even some better hands fold when he bets. Little too ambitious from Sham. Gonna have to show him my course when I see him next. Oh, you know what? You're completely right, and I'm drunk. He does have a straight. He has ace-3. See, I don't even care. This is why I shouldn't be commentating, because I'm drunk. He does have a straight. He makes a great fold. I forgot the 3 was in his hand. Completely forgot about the 3 in his hand. Sham, don't flame me. Guys, this is why they shouldn't give me alcohol. They shouldn't do it. It was a good fold. Good fold from Sham. Sham's not as bad as I thought he was. Less bad. He does have a straight to the muck. Guys, that was my apologies. I should have noticed that. I kept looking at his hand like he really doesn't have anything except a pair here. I should have stopped five beers ago. I should have quit. We all make mistakes. All right. Hefe is going to raise it up here with Queen 9. Kevin's going to put in the call. And so is Dan. We're going 3 ways here. Dan is going to flop a gutter and a flush draw here, which is actually more equity than top pair from Kevin. Hefe is going to lead out with his middle pair and get a call from both players. Brick on the turn.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing if you'll I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, apparently not.
No, I mean, I would just be charging that flush draw.
It's on Devin.
At that point, you're really getting called by mostly flush draw. And straight draw.
Turn checks through.
Which is presumably you had.
River doesn't improve anybody's hand.
Oh, ace 3, yeah. The deuce gave me a real straight.
Dan's gonna bet around half pot here. Bluffing with queen high.
Actually putting you on, I was like, what do you,
63 is like
I didn't even think about that.
I think also pocket sixes.
Would you have called 6-3?
Oh, I had 6-3? Yeah. Because I'm only losing the 6 second half.
I mean,
That's easy.
No, I don't know. I don't know how many bluffs he has at Omaha, that's the thing.
oh dude, you would pull me down. You would pull me down in super bluffing spots.
Yeah, Kevin makes the call. He's gonna take this pot down.
You never have.
You pulling me down.
You never have 6-3 because you never check the check.
But see, if I have 6-3, I'm betting there long before that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just.
And Kevin is our big winner. Up 4K out of 1-2 game. That's pretty crazy.
I'm not checking my straight in Omaha. Not with closing the board.
This one? Okay. All right, I think we're coming up on our last hand of the night, guys.
Sadly, I wasn't even thinking 6-8. Which really would have got me in trouble.
Mav's gonna raise up the ace-10, get a call from Hefe with the same hand. Dan's gonna put in the squeeze.
I tried to put you next to me. Kip was like, no, I'll take this seat. I'm like, okay. And I moved you over there in the hope.
You wanted to put me on.
Oh, yeah, that's you'd be up like $3 grand.
That gets Mav to full, and Hefe calls. We went heads up here. Hefe flops the best of it. Top pair. Dan's gonna c-bet. Hefe's not going anywhere. Turn doesn't improve anybody's hands.
Who we talking about?
Saying you wouldn't have played pocket sixes that way on that aces and kings hand? I saw that.
I was joking.
Dan is gonna double barrel here. Repping all the strong aces. As well as some sets.
Hey, what's cool is that today Eric was mistaken for Wolfgang.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, what? This guy walks up to him, he's like,
Hefe's undeterred. Puts in the call.
he's like, hey, you Wolfgang?
That's the weird part is like, I probably played with that guy 20 times. But
Yeah, I'm like, who is this guy?
very weird.
Is that your Wolfgang card?
Better like me for
Ace-10 still good on the river here. I don't think Dan thinks that his king-queen is ever good here. He's probably turning this into a bluff, blocking the Broadway with the queen in his hand. It's a tricky spot because he also blocks flush draws with the king of hearts in his hand. And, you know, ace-jack is never folding. Ace-queen, I don't think Hefe really ever has. Maybe sometimes. So he's really only targeting hands like ace-10, ace-9. Wow, Hefe's going to put in the call. Non-believer. Bit of a punt from Dan there. Love to hear his thought process on it. That is. All right, nice chatting with you too, Nam. That was the last hand, guys. This was Peaks Dallas Live. My name is Stephen Michael. Thank you for hanging around. Hope you had a great Christmas and Happy New Year.